chat, or I won't be able to. Wait, looks like you're streaming. Oh, you just said, hey, it looks like you're streaming with FTL something, so I clicked on it and then it went error. But at least my bitrate's not 15 billion. Announcements. Anyway, I will get my chat up so I can, you guys can harass me all day long, which is what I like really. And we are going to be attacking research today. As I said, I kind of wish that I had a, what's the word? Here. Someone to edit the streams afterwards. Wait, to switch to webcam, you'll have no, shut up. Where is my button to see the chat? Oh, there, under the word chat. There will be no kitten cam at the moment because the kitten cam would need to be very, very fast. She's currently in full zoomy mode and will probably be zoomy for about 2 more hours. So, those of you who want to see the kitten, I wish to see the child. You are gonna have to wait till she calms down. Right, chat's up. Printer is warming up. Apparently, I'm also sending to my own personal Facebook channel. I'm not sure I want to do that, but hey, I'm doing it. And wow, that noise you can hear. Right, so part of my challenges today are going to be to generate a new type of research system. Now, part of this might involve getting distracted because I'm going to start the game. I'm probably going to chat through what my plans are. And then hopefully you can all go, that's stupid, or what a brilliant idea, Adam. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. What is this? Just burning a piece of tissue paper behind an air conditioning unit. So, part of the problem I have got is that the research machine, first of all, you get it for free, so that's a pain. Building the research lab was the first part of FortressCraft where it made you sort of step forwards and build a much bigger copper mining operation. So the plan was to put the research system. Let me make sure this works because it'd be quite awesome to see if those blocks go past. I had a funny feeling my copper ran out on my tin, whichever one I hooked up. So we are actually playing this game through. I'm going to avoid restarting this world unless I really have to. Which I may have to, but I will attempt to avoid not. I love those lights so much. So cool. Oh yeah, I remember I had the world's worst spawn. Now, I don't mind cheating a bit. That's fine. So what I will do is I'll go later, because I really can't stand digging stuff out. I used to enjoy it. Then I played not much Minecraft, which was way too much Minecraft. And I'm bored of cutting stuff myself, so I'm going to get a machine to do it for me. So I'm going to come back in a moment after it's cut its way through stuff and continue to think about the wrong wall. Where are we? Over here. Yeah. So This will be the room in which you control research. You'll get an estimated time until your research is ready. You'll get a... What the hell are you doing, cat? Ah, let me see if I can show you the cat a sec. She's being particularly cat-like. Hey Andy, hey Billy. What was it? Did you fall down? Dora, be pretty for the internet. The only thing she's interested in now is the cable of the webcam. You're a terrible cat. Well, a very good cat, but see, that's the cable for the webcam. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, she's just literally just sleeping in the wrong place entirely to achieve anything. I'm just going to check my print actually doing because it hasn't started yet. I think it's still warming the bed up, yeah. So I'm currently running my bed at ATC, which is probably too hot. If this print succeeds, I'm going to drop it by 5. So I've got a new print surface, which has been great. If you don't care about 3D printing, well, have you come to the wrong channel? No, it's really cool. It's a great hobby for me because it requires a little bit of time and then a lot of waiting, and that means that I can get distracted for 20 minutes doing a bit of 3D printing, and then I have to go do work for 5 hours, and it's quite a good motivator. We'll see if he's just gone and sulked somewhere else. Okay, so let's go back to the problem of the research. So you're going to be able to control the research still. That's fine, but you won't actually do it here. So what I'm probably going to have is a special hopper here of some sort, which is the research thingy. Wow, it's laggy. And we will need to convert research pods, all research pods, into research tokens. I think I'll call them research tokens. I'm not entirely sure, but that seems like a good name. The problem is that right now it's going to require a bunch of work, but what I think I'll do is I'll create a machine that will create the research boards. Now, this is what I said about getting distracted. One of the plans for FortressCraft is support for a multi-block generic crafter. Oh, now you're being photogenic. She's being all murdery. So the problem with a multi-block generic crafter, I mean the obvious problem with a multi-block generic crafter, is I don't have a multi-block generic crafter. Other than that, I think that's actually a really good idea to implement, because the idea behind the generic crafting system is I can trivially and easily implement new... I hope you can hear the noises she's making. I can implement trivially new resource runs. So X into Y becomes not much more than editing a very small number of files. But we don't have support for that. Maybe I should implement support for that. I don't know. Oh, wrong button. I'm trying to think what it would tell. Hey, cool, I can see my own shadow. I do like that. Oh, Dora, ignore the 3D printer. Continue to murder your mouse. So you immediately start to stare at it. Still ing. Where does my power come from? Oh, I just stuck a solar panel on top. So right now you can't progress any further because of the inability to research. So let me make some notes on the Trellos. You all have access to Trello, by the way, so feel free. Okay, so let's make a new thing just for. Okay, so new research. So the idea is initially you will use the dropship. That's the first plan. I am also going to go and cut the cable ties on the new reel of filament, or that's going to go wrong in about 2 minutes. I always forget every single time. So, new research. So we will need a base ability to collect, store, and serialize. Yeah, Peter. The print byte surface that I got allows you to put your own logo on. So I was like, hey, put the Projector Games logo on. We were going to have a FortressCraft logo, but we just ran out of time. So I'm printing. These are arcade parts. I'm printing. It's still tat. So I've printed one functional part for the arcade. The idea is I'm printing in pearl white. So I'm gonna see if I like it or not. And then I am very probably going to print out a very big tech axe. But we'll see how I feel. You being very agile today. Okay, T1, T2, T3 research. Tokens, rename research pods to token module. I don't really know what to call it. I also want to fix things like that. Sometimes you can see the shadows start to leak through. Because I'm being clever and I'm disabling stuff for performance. Now, the reason that I am thinking about implementing this generic multi-block machine is multiple. I mean, first of all, absolutely, it will. Oh, hello. Ah, kitten. She's going to sit in the windowsill. First of all, it will save time in the long run. It absolutely will, but it might not be something I can complete today. Secondly, the resource I'm looking at is quite annoyingly a recipe that requires 4 inputs, and you can do 4 inputs on a single crafting machine, but I prefer not to. If for no other reason, lots of people just don't get it. Like, you do that and people go, how do I do it? And then you point out they can go sideways, and that's, vertically, and then they're like, oh, cool. Let me know how the noise is, by the way, because for me it's just kind of a background hum, but if it's really loud, I'll well, I won't do anything today, but next time I'll actually get my enclosure sorted out. I can't believe that there is a rattly bearing in that fan already, so I need to buy a replacement fan, but one that's compatible, because there's a little notch on it for the shroud, or I guess I can glue gun it on. So yay. Man, all of that and not a single bit of I'm also very tempted to not do the research stuff and to implement the new multi-block, not multi-block, not as such, but multi-part ore extractors. Because I'm quite excited about the plans I've got for those. That will start with a block. We'll just say motor and Andy fix me. But I've got a really good plan for the multi-block extractors. So the generic AutoCrafter code. The thing is, when you're 3D printing, a lot of these cool time lapses, what they do is they move the bed out of the way for each photo. But obviously, the head is blocking most of the logo. I know no ore has been extracted. That's what I'm trying to solve. But yeah, I much prefer doing this than like randomly digging. But it will come. So let's not think about it too much. Let's let it do its work. So the generic AutoCrafter. Why are we not profiling this? I guess the profile was just... let's see if I can find it in the logs. I'm actually curious how long that takes. Performance is an ongoing thing for me. It helps that computers have on average got faster. 3.5 seconds. That's a very long time. Why? Yeah, and also I'm loading the async data in 3.5 seconds. Do you see the problem with that? What I probably want to do is right. So I would suggest then that I load in a new XML. Again, if you have modded the game or fiddled the game and you want to weigh in with, for God's sake, Adam, don't do it like that, or that was brilliant, yes. I don't think there's any point in sharing the data file between the generic AutoCrafters and the other one. It also should be, I should be loading this asynchronously. That stuff should happen on a thread whilst Unity's loading stuff. There's a lot of code in generic AutoCrafter. So this all needs to basically move into a new machine that also needs to have multiple inputs. close that. Ah, there we go. Okay, we have 60 gax right now. I also have a note that so the mission report will be gone and available all in the same, all at one time. Is it? Hello, cat. God, she just sprints past. I seem to have the worst. What's the word? Copper ore less than 1%. This is just coal. This is just all coal. 2% tin. I wish I'd played this with the care package on now, so I got the coloured ping. I just think of a terrible, terrible spawn. 7% or... It's just all coal. Wait, do smeltable ores come back a different colour? I can't remember. Has been a long time. That looks like a very unlikely sized vein of coal though, doesn't it? It is coal. Wow, what? Oh. Oh dear. Oh, Unity did not like me pressing that button. I love that. What happened? The game crashed. I love it. When I actually bothered to do a Unity report on what crashed, I so much get responses like, can you just send a copy of the game? I'm like, no, it's 30 gigs. I'm like, oh, well, what happened? And sometimes I've had them going, can you give me more information? And the best bit, it's like, no, because that's all the information you give me. Sometimes it says things like, warning, mesh has no normals. And you're like, which mesh? I have 10,000 meshes. Come on, Unity, no rush. Yeah, I think the marching cube stuff has some sort of fairly nasty error in it, but it only seems to be in the editor. And again, I'm getting annoyed with Cam. So Cam is the software I use to look after my RGB stuff. So my PC's fan lights change colour depending on how hot my PC's running. So it's actually, you know, useful. Peter, I'm sure there was a difference between smeltable ores and non-smeltable ores. I've just killed the cam process. I've rerun cam. And it's like, yeah. There you go. It lets me keep an eye on my memory as well. I think I've solved my memory issue. None of you are any use. My PC kept running out of RAM at half my memory used. And then there was quite a complex web page about oh, what was it? It was about reserve RAM versus page RAM. So I need to rewrite all of this code here. So this is what I'm talking about. When people go, oh, so I'll run the game again, so I'll find some resources while I'm talking. Yesterday, someone had a fairly good suggestion, and their suggestion was to do with conveyors that carry power in the wrong direction, and I quite like the idea. But generic autocrafters are 1,800 lines of code. Okay, these are not a small amount. And holy moly, did the generic autocrafters really send a whole bunch of dummies over the internet? Ugh, I'll be fixing that. Be aware if you guys are playing FortressCraft Evolved, don't necessarily expect your save games to remain. That's not planned. I'm sure that auras were cyan and coal was pink. I mean, obviously I'm wrong, but I'm sure that was the case. As I said, I'm not cheating in the sense that I'm just placing stuff down willy-nilly. I'm not going to bother with progression stuff though, because I just really want that power down there to work. Thank you. Yeah, that might be coloured. I'll tell you, when I find some coal, we'll find out. I do love that ping though. This is FortressCraft 2. Dude, can you not tell? What am I holding in my hand? Exactly. By the way, Andy, don't forget, we need to finish the build gun. I don't know whether or not it's that's Todd or you. I have no idea. Well, I feel stupid now, Salath. I apologise. There we go. We haven't quite... To be fair, Andy, before we give it to, we haven't really decided on exactly what the gun is. Like, do you see modules on the gun? Do we need to build that in? I think it's got the grappling hook ready. I don't when you actually see the game in like how it really is. I also feel that perhaps those are not smart enough. Anyway. So yeah, this is the new player gun. Oh no, wait, hold on. Yeah, we do apparently have some batteries. Zoom. Blip. Come on, Unity, stop being crap. Blip, blip. And then we have a different zoom. I didn't know this was even a thing, Andy. So we have 3 tiers of zooms. Although, I'm a bit confused why one of them is out to the left, one of them is out to the right. But I'm sure Andy knows, or Andy forgot. I think we all know which it is. And confusingly though, we've got some batteries on the gun, so that's cool. But we have 2 batteries on the gun, which is less sensible. I can't see them. We've got 1 battery there, and then 1 battery there, but not a 3rd battery. Yeah, the thing is, as I said, for a lot of stuff, it's not necessarily that you like it, you don't like it. It's just not the old one. And sometimes that's all that matters, is it's not the one that you've been seeing for 5 years. I am really removing vertical layers for 2. I've been saying this for over a year. They're not being in there. You want to go up a slope? You do that. There are so many reasons to remove vertical conveyors. There are so many, and almost no compelling arguments to keep them other than, well, this is what we've always done. Yep, and there won't be any more. I'm sure there'll be a mod to put it back in, and I will heartily endorse that mod. But vertical conveyors are utterly nonsensical and illogical and confusing for new players. They really are. I like CompuGasm's solution with the little conveyor lifts, and that'd be cool. I'd love to put those in. That ain't happening for a release. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the bottler plant, genericize it, and then inject a lot of the GAC code into it. Which I will admit is not going to be a simple or trivial thing. Yeah, I mean, this thing, it doesn't. It will remove some conveyor layouts, but only the conveyor layouts that really you shouldn't be building. This is the Jeff Goldblum. Just because you couldn't work out whether or not you could, should stop to think about whether or not you should. And you shouldn't build conveyor layouts like that. You know, we've got you. I mean, you've all seen those clusterfuck machines that people have built, like little compact sometimes I don't know what they did machines. That happens a lot, and they're just confusing. Whereas with these, it should hopefully never be confusing. But the important thing is they are illogical and they confuse new players. And one, I think, of the biggest problems of Fortresscraft is that we have a large number of players who didn't get as far in the game as I would have liked. And I was playing again the other day. It's a Terraria clone with some cool fluid mechanics called Dig or Die. A quite cool little game. And I realised it took me about 4 hours to work out if I even liked the game, because it took that long just to go through the build a house, get some resources, do a bit of research, and I'm playing the game for a while going, I don't even know if I like it yet. And it was fascinating. So that first evening's work, that first evening's play, that first 4 to 6 hour chunk of play should be as idiot proof and as smooth as I can make it. That's really important, because that's the bit where people decide whether or not they're going to play the game tomorrow. And as I said, vertical conveyors, they don't add anything to the game. They say there are some stuff you can do with them, but you probably shouldn't be. They're not stuff you would ever do in real life. So back to 3D printing for a second, I noticed that for those of you who have been paying attention, I did get my print bite surface. It's really good, apart from one issue. It doesn't let the print pop off the bed until the bed has cooled down. So this means you're doing lots of short prints, which I am. You spend longer waiting for the bed to cool up and wind down. Well, you used to be able to drop hundreds of blocks without fall damage, but that was never... See, that was the thing with the fall damage. I said people complain bitterly about the fall damage, but the game wasn't designed without fall damage. It's just that I didn't put it in on release. You know, it came in later on. So seriously, still no tint, or 7%. Which way? 8, 6, 16, 12, 8. That might be 10, I guess. I do kind of like doing exploring like this, because when you do find something, when you do find resources, you find a lot of stuff all in one go. Just curious, I got any more information out of this. Missing translation completed in 3300. Load complete in 3200. Okay, let's slow down a bit. It's because I was there. I did profile it. For some reason, I'm no longer profiling it. I don't really know why. But this is 3.5 seconds. That's longer than I would ever want to wait. So that's 3.5 seconds on the loading. That means every single time I run the game, every single time, I have to wait 3.5 seconds. If I run the game 100 times a day, that's 3,500 seconds. No, it's like 5 minutes. But I will almost definitely be loading the game more times than that. Craft data, load chapters, no material. Oh, bugger, I just hit save. Thank you, Unity. I really wish they fixed that. So if I alter a script whilst the game is running, Unity will crash horribly every time. It's trying to do live script updating, but it can't do it, and yet it still tries, and it has been trying for whatever, as long as I've been using Unity. When I say load async data, oh, it is. Wait. Oh, this is on the disk thread. Okay. The thing is, it's not very async. We go async done. Things. You say that. I don't know where she is. She's legged it. She's not in her box. She's not on my desk. She's not cutting that with Cephii. She's just gone. Yeah, a comment, this isn't very async if we start to load and wait for it. So we actually print that, I think. I don't recall ever seeing those. Maybe we do. But I should probably load the async data sooner. And I think it is actually async because it's done on the disk thread. But I think we just start the async data load up and then wait for it. So it's... It's async in the sense that it's not stalling the main thread, but it's not async in the sense that I'm doing 2 chunks of work at once. So, I'm going to write things down, because I do like writing things down, because otherwise I forget. This one is not going to be a simple or trivial or sadly interesting thing, but the research itself is probably quite trivial compared to this one. So, rework bottler, allow arbitrary size, completion, spawn appropriate graphic, run most of old GAC code, offload to conveyor. So let me prototype up the machine here. Let me find the machine to. So I have found it, the quicker I want stuff to happen, the quicker I want Andy to make stuff happen, the worse I make it. The worse I make it, the quicker it happens, I found. So this has always been my goal, is to make the placeholders as atrocious as possible. And then so people still say to me, oh, is that how it's going to be? Yes, mate, that's exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be a box with the word Andy Fix Me on top of it. People ask stupid questions. Hey, JK, how you doing? You love my Trello board. You do. Also like to point out, for the record, spider cores are awesome. I forgot they had little legs. Bottler, there we go. Now the only I think I can't actually use. Oh, well, yes I can. Yes I can. So let's use this one as our prototype. And I'll make a handy folder. MB GAC. I hate Unity so much. So I've copied the machine. Instead of copying it into the place I told it to, it's copied it into a stupid place. So then I have to drag that, and I just have to just wait, or if I wiggle the mouse, it goes much faster. Thanks, Unity. That's a great interface. Salath, because I'm well. There's so many reasons. You mean why didn't I use Unreal? Unreal offers 0 features on top of Unity. 0. Not a single one. And supports less platforms. 2, that would involve having to rewrite a 7 years of development in a different language. It would involve having to rewrite the rendering engine from scratch. FortressCraft 2 is not a new game. FortressCraft 2 can be thought of as a remaster, a reimagining, a rework, but it's not totally new. A totally new game would have taken an awful lot longer than what we've got. So a new game is a 3-year process for several programmers. There's no way. The Crytek engine, fuck off. I've written games especially in the Crytek engine. Never ever again. It was the worst possible horror. Lumberyard. It's Crytek. Don't let me be entirely negative. If you want to write a game that's set on a beautiful tropical island where you're fighting terrorists, trust me, Crytek engine, that is the bee's knees. Anything else? No, don't do it. Okay, so we're going to call this the Tier 1 Research Token Assembler. But yeah, realistically, there is no chance at all that I could possibly have considered rewriting the game in a different engine. It's just not feasible. Tier 1 MB research token crafter and tier 3. Yeah. What's native controllers? You mean no? Dude, where do you think I have got the time or the money to do these things? Like, what you're talking about there is a complete rework of all of the UI, all of it. Again, you're looking at a year to 18 months of work for up to 3 people. I'd love to, but hey, Starbound hasn't got it. I ain't gonna bother. So I thought you meant like Steam controller support. I mean, I don't believe there isn't much you can't map to the pad, but the thing you can't do on the pad, for example, would be interacting with the UI. And just trying to get a decent inventory system is so difficult. The closest game I've come to seeing it is Diablo 3, which has a shit inventory system on pad. And it's still light years better than anything else I've seen. Everything else I've seen has just been embarrassingly awful or outright hostile to the player. Whereas Diablo's 3 is merely bad. Like Terraria has no specific pad support. They just give you a cursor and you move around, and it's just not feasible. I've had very few people call for pad support. I keep poking my publisher because they did promise me that we were doing a console version, and it's not happened yet. And the idea was, well, this was the plan. So the plan was, you see, that we would ship FortressCraft, and then it will get ported to consoles. I would take some of the work done on that and port it in FortressCraft 2, because part of the work involved would be implementing pad support, and I would take that back, but it's just not happened. It's just not. And I have poked them, and I last messaged them conversely, and this is something so as you know, I do prototype other projects, and I also have a great number of gamepads. I am shocked at the number of games that don't have pad support. I am also shocked at the number of games that just overcomplicate stuff. I'd love to have Terraria simplified so it was playable on a pad. I would really, really like that. Because I love Terraria, but I don't really want to have to faff around on the pad. And I don't really want to play on keyboard and mouse. I just want to slouch back on my sofa and play it. But the Terraria control system is bad, and the game is far too complicated for a pad. Like, you know, all the house building and stuff. It's such a pain. And then I keep thinking to myself that I should take a complex genre and not dumb it down. That is definitely a negative thing. But simplify it so it works well on a pad. take the bits of the game that are really good and get rid of the bits basically that don't work on a pad. I've not done it. Oh, my print's finished. I have to wait for the bed to cool now. I am not having a publisher for 2 unless a spectacularly good offer comes along, which I'm not really expecting it to. So I am free to. I don't plan to. Right, so MB generic auto crafter. So I'll just take any random one, and we'll call this tier 1 research. Now, what are you going to open in? Internet Explorer. What a fascinating choice. Actually, for the longest time at Codemasters, we would use Internet Explorer to view XMLs because it quite frankly did it better than anything else. Yeah, so what happened with the original 360 Terraria, which might answer your question as to why I'm not doing pad support. Terraria had a fork. They then had the console version. They took the console version and tried to keep it in sync with the PC version, and then they decided that was too much work. So what they did is they then reported the PC version and added very minimal pad support, and they've just done that, which is bizarre. Would I consider Epic exclusive? Yes, of course I fucking would. Like, I have seen ballpark figures for how much some games have been paid to go onto the Unreal Store, and you're talking in the $7 to $15 million. So, yeah, I would. Oh, hold on, Brian. Oh, wrong way. There you go. I will preheat the nozzle again though. Let me see if I can grab it off. So this is a pearl white print as opposed to the previously white print. So while that's cooling, what I'm printing is that. But I'm printing it much bigger. So you see the spines? That's the new one. So this is a print for the arcade. This is their filament. I need to adjust my bed up a little bit. And the pearl one looks... I don't really like it. It's alright, I guess. Does it blow bubbles? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so I have got quite a lot of, I can't really show you, got quite a lot of bits there ready, but I don't have enough green to finish the print, so I need to do Bob, not Bub. But I need to wait for the bed to cool down below 35 degrees, and then it just lets go of the print, which is brilliant. Well, I'll do the second body part in pearl because I've got the filament loaded, and if I don't like it, well, it's not my filament anyway. And then after that, I will start something FortressCraft related. So this next bit, it estimates 1 hour, 5 minutes. Hilarious. I have tweaked some numbers, by the way. It's got a much better estimate than it did. But it's still nowhere near what I think the printer is actually managing. So the defaults it has are 5,000 millimeters per second acceleration speed, and it bases the time on that. So I've reduced it to 400, so my estimates get better. I have no way at all of possibly measuring the acceleration of my print head though. Like, it's just not possible. So I've had to just guess. Go on. So if I wait, right now it's at 53 degrees. If I do wait for it to hit 35, it will just pop off the bed. It's weird. You hit it, just goes crack, and the print falls off the bed. It's brilliant. But usually I give it a wiggle and it comes off. Would I be worried about a possible backlash? Well, let's just say for argument's sake, well, it depends. If the Epic Store offered me $5,000, I'd say no, because FortressCraft made more than $5,000. If they offered me $10 million, I would say yes, because FortressCraft made less than $10 million. If they offered me $1 million, despite being technically less than FortressCraft made in total, I would still say yes, for the fairly obvious reason it's $1 million of guaranteed money. Like, as far as I know, and I haven't really followed it, so don't have a go at me. As far as I know, Satisfactory was a flash in the pan. Everyone went, oh, so pretty, and they played it and went, very pretty, and then everyone went back to Factorio. Like, it was a definite brief project, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't follow that. I'm sure some people stream it, but as far as I know, player numbers came and it went. It was everyone was very excited about it when they couldn't play it, and as soon as they could play it, not so excited. I tell you what I could do with. I really wish I had a super fan of FortressCraft 2 who's also really good at videos, because we were putting in so much cool new stuff into FortressCraft 2, and I'm not very good at showcasing it, unfortunately, and it'd be nice to have people showing it. So again, with Satisfactory or Factorio would crank out one video a week showcasing a new feature all the time, so people see stuff and they get excited about it. But of course, for me, because it's just me, I'd be doing the video, and if I'm doing the video, every time I do one, we would be losing a day of programming time. But yeah, I just wish I had someone who just kept on cranking out videos, but I don't really know anyone, which is a shame. So, sad face. Right, let's see if I can work the print off the bed. We're at 49 degrees. Nope. Okay, so let's, while I wait for that one, let's take the bit that loads this. And possibly viewers, lol, not the best people, but what was it? Brian, I don't understand what you were segueing onto. Yeah, really, Mixer's the best one for lag and delay. YouTube's alright. And Twitch is alright. Oh, those people can fuck off. It's a bit different, because right now, this is just me chatting. This is just you guys being... So this is the point, you see. This is me being normal, and you guys being fucking weird. Because right now, you're sitting there watching me work. Watching me do... my job. That's weird. But when it's a video going, hey guys, we're going to show you the new machine. It's cool. Look, here we go. We do this and this. It's different. Oh, well, that guy was a twat, so that's different. Hold on. Let me have a... I did a video on... Yeah, here we go. This is an example. Oh my god, how old is this? Are you sitting on the subwoofer? Yeah, so this is a...
Just wanted to show you a bit more about the robot arms.
Me being polite, you see, and explaining to people how the robot arms worked. Wow, May 2014. These are the robot arms that in the end we didn't use. But this sort of thing, a video, but more tightly edited than this. I'm very bad at editing stuff. Showing off features once they're done. That sort of thing. 4,000 people actually bothered to watch the robot arm tutorial. But on a constant basis, you know, weekly. And then I did a 57-second video.
What I've been doing today. So
of me talking, my voice. So yeah, then I just get shit like this. Quite annoying how you think this game is ever going to be played again. Wait, why can't... Oh, I'm not on the wrong account. But stuff like that. Once a feature's done, or it looks good, just showing it off to people so they, you know, they know what's coming, rather than sort of getting to the end of the game going, hey, surprise. But that you'd also, in that case, you don't generally what's the word? You don't generally just sort of make it, you know, you script it. That person would say, hey, so what's this machine? I go, oh, it does that, does this, and you go, righto. And it's a bit more complex than what we've, you know, what we just do, which is just to sit down and make it. But it's that sort of thing that unfortunately I can't do because I don't have another person I can assign to doing these sorts of things. Yeah, I can do, but no. So what I'm talking about is someone who is working with me, essentially putting out one video a week, just a short video, a minute long, going, in FortressCraft 2, we're going to do this. Or even in FortressCraft 2, we're doing this, and it was in FortressCraft 1, but nobody knows about it. As I said, Satisfactory did a great job of this. Everyone was very excited about it. They made a lot of money. And then as far as I know, when it came out, everyone kind of went, oh, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. But not, oh my god, this is the best thing. I would never play Minecraft or Factorio ever again. Nope. It just went, oh, that's pretty. And then... 42 degrees. Shall I risk dropping the bed temperature 5 degrees? It's very pretty. It is an extremely pretty game, Satisfactory, and it genuinely is lovely. It's just not I don't say it's not a very good game. That's harsh, but essentially, in order to have such a nice game, you had to make sacrifices. We won't do that now. And then configure from value. I've no idea how I'm going to do so much of this stuff. But it's alright, it will come. Oh, well, you can't go big with it. It's Satisfactory. I mean, you can't. It don't work. It just collapses under an issue of too many polygons. There is one guy I watch, rather hilarious guy. He did a very, very, very big Satisfactory base, and it didn't work. I mean, it didn't even work slightly. It just collapsed to like 3 frames a second. And I keep wishing that he would play FortressCraft, because genuinely, I like try and overdo it in FortressCraft. Direwolf tries, it doesn't let you. I mean, well, it does let you, but it doesn't care. It's like, yeah, all right, I'll draw that. Yeah, all right. And then it's like, if you put this in a room, it'd still be doing 60 frames a second. Oh man, I don't remember. There's a thing about optional items. Yeah, Game It Out, yeah. I didn't watch many of the Satisfactory ones because it just didn't work, but that man cracks me up like no one else. Like, honestly, it's just so funny. His stuff is brilliant. Like, really, really, really funny. I very rarely laugh at watching, you go, lol, but you just sort of go, but genuinely, yeah, absolutely, just in tears. So good. If you've not watched Josh from Game It Out, honestly, but he purposely plays games. He purposely plays them wrong, like purposely wrong, and hilarity. So the one where he did the cooking one, and it's not VR, but it's kind of like it's a physicsy based cooking one. And he just what did he serve? Just like raw pork with glass in it. And they went, 7 out of 10 for presentation, but only 2 out of 10 for ingredients. And then they gave him a 5-star review and stuff like that. Yeah, the thing is with FortressCraft is he tends to rely very much on physics-based hilarities, which is fine. But realistically, FortressCraft has very little in the scope of funny-based stuff. FortressCraft, though, like I said, unlike Satisfactory, don't give a shit what you do. It will take anything you throw at it happily. I keep thinking about contacting him from FortressCraft too, going, hey, I've got this game coming out. I'd love you to try and overdo it. I'd love you to try and break it. Murder the frame rate. Build too many machines and just watch him fail. So that it's supposed to pop off the bed at 35 degrees, but 38 now. That's all right. Now I have to wait for the bed to warm up again. The biggest mass store, I don't think I've got the world anymore. So someone said, I'm having a problem with my world's frame rate. So as you may or may not remember, I would do what was called a world surgery once every couple of weeks. And people would send me their world and tell me what was wrong with it. And I would try and fix it. And in this case, the issue was the frame rate was bad. Now, do you remember the auto builder machine? So the auto builder machine was designed to build conveyor runs. I think it's still in the game. As far as I know, it's still in the game. What this person did was they connected the auto builder to set it up to build mass storage, connected the mass storage to the auto builder, so the auto builder had unlimited resources. And then they spread out the width of the auto builder array by about 200 meters. So by the time I got to the game, they had made a mass storage system 200 meters wide and about 2 kilometers long. And they were saying to me, hey, hey, what can you do to help to fix the frame rate? And I'm like, dude, are you joking me? And I did, to be fair, I did do a lot of optimization, but realistically, and let me just be very clear here, don't do that. Thank you. Oh, there's my tiny base. I should really display conveyors. I can make a note on that for my stuff I will do if I get distracted. Do I have the map? No. Medium term. Better entity or rendering on. Oh, map. Well, his main issue was the fact it was pre-room. So his main issue was the fact it didn't really do all it could. Yeah, this is the map table. You asked where FortressCraft was, and I thought it was best to show you with things. It also shows you where all the hive minds are, but it takes a little while. That. Wait, why is there no ceiling? Did I break? Oh, did I leave the ceiling turned off? Oops. I think it was this way. If I just wish out this way a sec. So I can't currently do the marching. The marching cubes seem to break in editor. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, it's me. Yeah, that's probably why I did it, but that doesn't explain why I failed to undo it. It does, because I'm incompetent, but we all knew that. So you can see here, we've got some hive minds. So I just wanted to... the game does its best to page the surface in, but obviously it has a lot to do. I'm just forcing it. Yeah, press F5. I mean, I can do it here. Is it F9? F10? I'm sure it was F5. Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, it's just F5. You can see it doing it over there. There you go. It has a lot of issues, but I have had some mental breakthroughs on it. But yeah, F5, it's all yours. Lights, thank you. They're motion sensitive, so there you go. There's the 3 hive minds that I went and saw. I should probably also recolor the resin. Let's just do that now while I remember. Oh man. That's in base manager. La 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 la. Where do I write it? So many strings. Oh, it's a Unity base manager, sorry. This is the actual base manager, and Unity base manager is the rendering side. Texture. Get render matte. Set pixels. Oh, not that one. Put that. Yeah, there we go. So our hardened resin should now be a very dark blue, not bright green. But yeah, you can see the hive minds. You can actually see the hives, the growth, and you can also tell. Obviously, I mean, it hasn't loaded in yet, but for example, that blob there is definitely a hive mind. There's no way that's not a hive mind. That's a hive mind. But the game hasn't ever loaded that segment on this run. It has no reason to. It will, but it hasn't yet. So what will happen is you'll get your map, but you'll get sort of a fog of war over stuff I'm not sure about for this run. So the game is currently, if I bring the debug, debug disk, left-hand side. Oh, perhaps not loading in at all. Well, fine. But it will. I promise. It is loading it in, and it will come. Once you have a base, it will also help. Once you get hive attacks, it will help. But you can see the tunnel nukers doing their job as well. Isn't that cool? So that's in. That's in the Patreon build. The manufacturing plants are new. The CC map is the CC map finally. What? I don't understand. Oh, I've queued up 75 of that. Yeah, so these are non-automatable crafting machines. This one's out of power. That one's got to take the hand off. That one's not working. So we actually these are new. So these only work inside the base. These can't be automatable. There we go. And this will stay. Probably a lot better, and the actual debug will go. So yeah, if I come back here in 10 minutes running the game, it will absolutely have... Oh, that's so weird, actually being able to see inside the base. I do also have a to-do note, like when you're outside the base, everything inside the base should turn off. Right, rendering, it doesn't do that currently. Andy also has a note, eventually, to help me bake this into one object. It's a lot of objects right now, and that does not help performance in the slightest. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to do. All I really want is the ability to, not mining, or tin, is that one? Because I forgot I'm in the editor. Oh yeah, it will be the CC map. But, SB, you know you get the CC map in FortressCraft if you never used it. Like, it's in FortressCraft, the map. It's really good. And if you build the CC map on the surface in FortressCraft, you get a surface map. Those are improvements to existing FortressCraft technology. It's probably a good example. When people say to me, you know, is it a new game? No, but it's definitely better, isn't it? I'd love to do a better map that actually is proper 3D rather than simply height map tessellation, but unfortunately that ain't gonna happen. Again, if I had a junior or 5 juniors, that'd be something that goes onto their to-do list. Anyway, so we've now got $500,000. That should do. The CC map, it's a set. As soon as you can build it, you should build it. So we're now on, the game has correctly detected I am on exploration. Explore the surface, build a room. So what I have to do at this point is I have to ensure the surface is fully paged in via powered beacons. I can't do that yet because I haven't implemented beacons. The only reason I did all the things I did is I really wanted to see lights. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Man, send some more ore. This gives it a very Half-Life feel. I love the... You can't quite see through it. Half-Life 2 did a lot of these sort of things, and it was really cool. It's annoying that it's dark outside, but that gets really complicated, because it has to be dark in here for the ambient to work. It can't actually be light. It has to be dark. But then the outside gets dark. Yeah, I was watching Direwolf play, and he teleported somewhere. Like... Give me a sec. Ah, figures. I've never been. This is my usual go-to location. So I've never been here before. But if I teleport back to the surface, oh well, it would be dark. Like, just no light. You can't see it. No, it's not to do with diffusion. It's to do with the fact that I'm cheating with fog and ambient and stuff. So you add a lot of ambient because you're outside, but you can't really have like per pixel ambient. Ambient is a global thing. So as I go inside, you can see it fades. As I run outside, you see it fades up. But if I teleport back to the underground again, if I... Oh, there we go. The hell have I done? I managed to bring up the... There we go. But like, it's instant. It's just because Direwolf's running out and you can see it generating into the distance still. I've never been here before. That's generate, not load. That's insane. If I go back to here again, bang. It's as quick as it's crazy how quick that is, and I'm really pleased with that. Don't get me wrong, that ain't happening if you're on a dual core. But I'm now making better use of higher tier CPUs. I should check my print started, by the way. I'm very trusting. In fact, I'm going to get a drink. So you check my print started. I'm going to get a drink. If you haven't had a drink, you should. You should hydrate. Guess who forgot to scale up the print by 200%? It's me. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. No. Okay, it's just smaller than I thought. Let me check it's the right size, and then I'll get a drink. the spheric, I am printing a larger version of this. I can't leave him on there because he will start to melt. Yeah, the marching cubes does look amazing. Let me talk very briefly about the marching cube. So I've mentioned it before. I suspect I'll mention it every single stream until the game ships, and then afterwards. Marching cubes is a standard technique invented in the late 70s, early 80s. It only came out of patent fairly recently. Marching cubes is a way of visualizing ISO data. So it's referred to as ISO surface extraction. It's not something I made up. It's just a way of creating a ISO surface from data. Marching cubes is the one of the more famous ones. So marching cubes means instead of having a voxel landscape, you have a landscape that's got slopes. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the basic upshot. It is a widely documented. See this image here? This image is the lookup table. You'll notice this lookup table appears again and 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 again. This is an entirely and widely used algorithm. Very, 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 very popular. Very, very well documented. Extremely obvious. Trivial to implement. You'll notice I pause at this point. Now you also notice that not a single one of these screenshots has textures in it. That one does. Not a single one of these screenshots has non-organic screenshots in it. That's where I fall down. So all he's doing here is he's basically looking at the angle of it and saying the more straight it is, the more rock it is. That's fine. There is zero documentation on how you UV these, how you texture, nothing. No one's ever tackled it. Genuinely, it's not, there's nothing on it. Generating something that looks like that is easy. But if I want to have like a different color blotch there, I'm now at the point where I'm writing my own master's degree in marching cubes, which is way outside of my realm of expertise. So, however, if I only use marching cubes on things that don't have multiple textures, that should be fine. So, I can't guarantee, and hopefully it doesn't crash this time, I cannot guarantee you that we will be able to ship the game with marching cubes in it for everything. I'd love to say I can. I don't think I can. This is what marching cubes are. I'm going to make it daytime so you can see. I said let's make it daytime. There we go. So this is marching cubes. So if you know what FortressCraft looks like, you can see this is it with slopes. It looks great. I can also apply different amounts of smoothing. Again, really, this is something I'd like to give to a junior who doesn't have to do anything but that. But the moment I start trying to... And yes, when we've just got the land, that's fine. The colours bleed, that's absolutely fine. But then I'll put a yellow block there. Oh, that's not right. The top's right. And there's nothing on this. Absolutely nothing. Not a page, not a question, nothing. It's like I just wandered in something no one's ever done before. Now, as I said, I can apply different amounts of smoothing, so I can make things look even less blocky or more blocky. But now I think it's very likely cryo, sand, magma, water, hot resin will have marching cubes. So I can't promise I can make the landscape look like this. I can't promise I can make the resin look like this, but I think it's pretty likely I will have a separate rendering pass for all the resin, and the resin itself will look absolutely fine. But you can see the problem. If I put a block of yellow in, see very rapidly the system just doesn't know how to render it. It doesn't have any clue. Yeah, every game I've played with Marching Cubes has got, as you said, wacky textures. Astroneer avoids it by not having any textures. No Man's Sky does an excellent job on solving this, but No Man's Sky also is one of the best looking games I've ever played, so I'm not going to try and compete with a game that took, however it was, 4 years, 5 years for 25, 30 people. So I'm doing my best, it's just me. If by any reason, for any reason, you would like it not just to be me, if you think that this is a good enough game to warrant more people, the best thing you can do is become a Patreon. Patrons are very much one of the most important parts of getting this game out. I think it's very likely the game will come out. The more Patreon money I've got, the more likely I am to be able to get a better game. So, yeah, questions welcome. And I'm having a biscuit now, so please excuse. Spheric, that's a really complicated question, Ray. So, FortressCraft was a game FortressCraft Chapter 1 was a game I wrote on the Xbox 360. A friend of mine contacted Keemstar, who saw a game that he knew was going to do well and wanted to help promote it. Whether or not and how instrumental his influence was is impossible to say. However, that game went on to become the 7th best-selling digital title on the Xbox 360. It also went on to make $4.5 million, something like that. We worked on other titles together, which have not done anywhere near as well. I am technically working on a title with him called Nomancer. However, he hasn't done anything on that in about 6 months. I also released a game called How to Get Ahead in the Adpocalypse with him on mobile, which did very, very well. I released a fidget spinner game, which did very, very well. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Try to remember how a lot of this works as well. How do mobile games actually make money? Well, there are three ways. One, you sell someone the game. Two, you give someone away the game and you have adverts. And three, you give the game away and you have things to purchase in the game. Or any combination thereof. This is going to be really hard because I don't have the concept of having two sets of values. Hmm. Right. I'm not sure I'm going to do this. It's C#, yeah. So the issue is with the multi-blocks is that you place the block and then that turns into things. So I place jet turbine. If I place the laboratory blocks, that turns into a lab when it's complete. Yeah, that's the surface map, and that will become the combat map. You wait till I've got a plan for this. I have a plan, and my plan is awesome if I can do it. I don't know how to fix this. Java looks very close to C. C++ looks like C. C# looks like C++. I still feel worried I'm printing this at the wrong size. No, it seems right. I honestly don't know how to implement this. The problem is, I can't have... Oh, wait, yes I do. So what I need to say is, if it is... No, hold on. So what I'll need to say is... if generic mbautocrafter.is mbgac. Hypostatic ball is mbgac. It should also be pointed out there's a hard limit of 255. Oh, wait, you sure? No, there isn't. Never mind. Never mind. There's a hard limit of 65,000 gacs. I think we'll be fine. Okay, so. C# doesn't have any Win32 ties. Dark Helmet. I mean, my best-selling game was written in XNA, which is C# on the Xbox. So not sure where we got that from. Okay, so does this L value match the placement block value for any of the existing MB gags? Is that true? I mean, I wouldn't use Java for a whole bunch of reasons, but it's shit. I'm pretty sure Unity still supports Java. Oh, it supports JavaScript. I'm quite surprised that on yeah, there's libgdx, JMonkey Engine, LWJGL. But they are not fully fledged engines like Minecraft, like Unity. They are rendering engines. But Unity has support for JavaScript, certainly. I wouldn't use it, but honestly, realistically as well, C# is the future. Java is definitely not. Yeah, I think if I'm used, isn't Minecraft entirely C++ now? Okay, now what will happen is I need to run over all of the known. Oops, this is totally the wrong place. I've just written this function. Oh, did they? I know they. What was the other one they did? Boo. I've never used Boo. And I want to say Erlang as well, but that might only have been Wings with Erlang. Yeah, there are two separate Minecraft apps. One that's supported and one that's not. Let's not talk about the one that's not. As far as I know, Minecraft Java is... Oh, hello, kitty. Oh, you stay there. Let's move the camera. Oh, I don't know, I need to put the camera on. I thought there was zero development on the old Java one. There we go, Boo. There we go. Like, okay, but as far as I'm aware, the Java one is behind because there's a unified one across all platforms, and then there's the one that's played by fuck all people, which is the PC version. I had this discussion with Direwolf. I had to point out to him that almost no one, relatively speaking, uses mods. He goes, no, most people use mods. I'm like, dude, most people don't even use the PC version of Minecraft. The PC version of Minecraft is something like 7% of the player base. It's almost no one. The mobile and console players far outstrip the PC ones. PC stopped being the primary platform so many years ago. And as far as I'm aware, the what are you doing? As far as I'm aware, the Java one is only the PC platform, which might be kept in parity. I don't think it is, as far as I know. But it's definitely not the one they care about because it's almost nothing. And don't forget, SBA, it is a little bit dodgy because they did give it away on Android for quite a long time. But yeah, percentage-wise, very few players play Minecraft on PC. It is not the biggest platform by far, and as far as I know, Java is only on PC. It's not on Windows 10. The Windows 10 version is C++ only. It's clung onto by the mod authors and no one else. This is what I have to put up with, by the way. Stop chewing plastic, you horrible little gargoyle. Oh, so those of you who are interested in the arcade and my 3D printing adventures, this is my next 3D printing goal. I don't know if you can see that. It is a puck for a Sega air hockey table. We would like to print ABS pucks with the Arcade Club logo on it. But if you know anything about 3D printing, you will know that printing a shape with a mild recess is tricky, so I'll probably have to print it on its side. Haven't got round to that. It's somewhere on my something to do when I don't have anything better to do. What are you? There's nothing that is. Your claws need doing, little miss. Skirts, by the way, are the best things to play with cats. It's safe to chew on, it's flicky, and it's quite long. This is what I have to put up with, by the way. This is why I don't get any work done. He's like, play with me. I'm so cute. I'm so lovely. Are you lovely? No, you're a little shitbag. I love her, really. I do. Are we done? More? More. Can I have that back? Can I do some more programming now? No? Okay. You're lucky. You are lucky. No. No. Not people. I'm still... So Cepheus. It's just there, by the way. This is my desk. So here is the bundle of horror. And just literally right beneath her is just the sleepiest happy puss in the world. Stop playing with the camera. Welcome to my life, by the way. No, I'm genuine. I'm having to train her not to bite people. She wants to, but now she knows she's not allowed to bite me. She hasn't quite grasped she's not allowed to bite anyone yet. She's also managed to learn the difference between I'm not allowed to do that and I'm not allowed to do that when I'm being watched. Oh, isn't she a photogenic little angel? Yeah, I don't know if I'll get see them in the same shot, but the size difference between these two cats is absolutely hilarious. So Cepheus is 1.3 meters, about 48 inches nose to tail. Dora is half of that, and she's probably about as big as she's going to get. is a relaxed and lovely old man. Dora, on the other hand, is running around like a maniac. No, I haven't tidied up my cables yet. I need to print a second cable chain. But I haven't had any problems with the cables getting caught or anything like that. It just looks messy. So please don't judge me. It will come. Just not yet. Right. So she has... Yep, she's gone. Oh, well, that's Ethy's bed. I just let the fluff on his bed. He likes to sleep on it. It's quite rare he's not asleep on his bed, so he just lets it. Maine Coons are pretty good for shedding. They're not like a Persian or something like that, which are very bad for shedding. I like the way I mate mine JK. He's just had a baby. He came on saying, "Oh, I'm so tired. I just had a baby." And he goes, "BRB," and that was about 2 hours ago. Right. Okay, so fed machines idle. What is this? No, so Esme, it needs to be pointed out that this cat is 20 years old this year. Overall, pretty good. He doesn't clean himself as much as he used to, but I have got a bottle of the most blueberry-smelling dry shampoo. Well, it's not dry shampoo. It's shampoo. You squirt the shampoo on and then you just brush it out. But overall, he hasn't had a problem. If you have an issue with your cat being smelly, you will need to do what is known as a hygiene clip, which is a very polite way of saying you need to get your cat's arse shaved. So yeah, I have done a hygiene clip on that cat before because there's a lot of fluff around his bum and it gets poo on it. So hygiene clip. You can also get hygiene clips. You can get like little hearts shaved and things. Not hygiene clip up. Where's the one with the little heart? No, what? Ah, I can't find it. That's right, and they shaved a little heart around the dog's bum hole. Well, I was like, oh, that's nice. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, not hygiene clip art, you stupid. I'm still bringing up clip art. There's quite a famous image, but yeah. Basically, take a electric your cat's ass once every 6 months. Done. So, this stream is mostly about programming, cats' asses, and 3D printing, and kittens. Dora is currently sniffing. What are you doing, you horrible beast? So the biggest problem with Dora is she's probably 4 months old now. So she's had her big growth spurt. She's about as big as she's going to be, but she's a lot bigger than she was. Stop knocking things off the shelf or I will have you shot. But because she's grown so quickly, she doesn't fit in gaps she used to fit into. But she doesn't realise that, so she keeps smacking herself between my monitors where there's only 2 inches of gap. Where she fit, a month ago, but doesn't fit now. But she would just like hit it at speed and get stuck. Ah, she's found the box where I've hidden all her toys. Oh my god, Okay, I'm gonna have to scrap. I can't get the camera because she'll notice. But I put all her toys in a box, and she's found the box and she's picked the box up. Dora, don't play with the box. There we go. Right. I don't know what that is. I guess I have to do this as well. So I assume at least one person will write a mod for FortressCraft. So I assume I probably should not break modding. I suppose. And now she's trying to disempower some tissues behind my box. I have to say, Cepheus and Ajax were generally very well behaved cats as a rule. Dora does all the bad things. She knocks over drinks. She knocks toys off shelves. She unravels the toilet paper from the loo roll. She just does them all. Alright. How do I implement modding? What, the code? Well, that depends. So, FortressCraft supports a whole bunch of different ways of modding. You can DLL inject, you can write C# code, but I actually provided a way for people to create new machines for the game that don't require any code. And I don't think anyone ever did it. Like, I put the mod up on the workshop and as an example of how to do it, and you literally just say, hey, I've created a machine and it requires 1000 power per second, and it takes in resin and it spits out gold bars or whatever. Like, you could just make a machine that takes any input or inputs you want, any amount of power you want, and outputs something. Done. Yeah, but the point was, Esme, it wasn't that it was a useful mod, because it wasn't. The point was you could, with what, 3 files or something, create an entirely, I don't know what that was. You could create an entirely new machine, and that was awesome. So I made modding as easy as possible. That's the point. That's as easy as Doom modding at that point. And I don't think anyone ever really used it. I'm sure somebody did, but not many. Okay, so public use short placement value. So what will need to happen is for every single time we place any of these values in a range, the auto crafter will consider placing it, and it will then need to, this is going to be, essentially I'm writing a piece of code that it will take one of many values and will then look for that value without like mixing and matching stuff. So that's going to be interesting challenge. But once this is done, it should mean that we can create generic auto crafters quite simply forevermore. Now, what I want to do, I can't do. What I will probably suggest is that we will make sure, Dora, oi! What are you doing? What's in there that you care about so much? Let me look in this box. This is a box full of bottle cap lids. You want me to throw you a bottle cap lid? Just stare. Okay, fine. There we go. At some point, what I need to do is completely tidy my room and set up a webcam in the corner so you can just watch it. I'm not organised. So with the GACs, I have a twofold problem. If it is a GAC that is only 1 block high, you can rotate it visually. If it is a GAC that is not, it becomes more difficult. So I create a cube. Pretend we've got a machine. So here, if I make that machine 3 by 3 1. So if I were to make that machine, you could rotate it quite happily. You could select the central block and rotate it. No problems. It becomes trickier because I will also be supporting machines in any arbitrary shape. So if you want to create, if I want to create a machine that looks like that, I will be able to create a multi-block crafting machine that looks like that. There should be no restrictions. Apart from, here are the restrictions. It must be an odd number on each dimension because it needs a center. Oh my god, you... So... Dora. So essentially, I have been collecting my bottle cap lids, so I have something to throw for her when she's being a pain. Dora, no. But she's worked out where I've kept the bottle cap lids, and she's dragging the box over to me, saying, take one of these out, I want to play with it. Does anybody want a free kitten? So, with these machines, all of the generic autocrafters, we have the option / ability to make much more obvious setups. But they are still symmetrical. And that's a bit of a problem. That'll do. She stuffed her face in it. It's just bottle caps. No, she's got to sat in the windowsill. Right, copy that. Work out where the hell I was. So this is one of those things. It's not very exciting to work on, but when it is done, it will save a lot of time. One of FortressCraft's beauties is that I can very, very much create new machines in a very short period of time. She's so. Again, if I grab the camera, she'll stop. The box, the box that all the bottle lids are on, the maw for it is a lot smaller than her head, but that's not stopping her trying to put her head in. She's got her paws in, but she's about to flick the entire box on the floor. That's about 30 bottle cap lids in this. I've just been collecting bottle cap lids, so I've got a toy for her. Oh. This was so I could be tidy. The idea was that you fetched, you little shit. Not that she looks at me going, throw another one! Throw another one! At some point, I hope to actually finish explaining to you what the problem is with the... this. So, I'll take our imaginary machine. Now, I would like to be able to have forced setups for location and stuff. Oh, Dora, stop walking on the... She keeps going back and stuffing her head in the box. Throw me another bottle cap lid. Why am I doing what you want? Cephas, by the way, status, happy asleep. She'll get bored in a minute. So I'm using the storage hopper to represent kind of what I mean. So I can have an in and an out, that's fine. However, the in and the out needs to be symmetrical because you cannot rotate the machine. What was that? But you can't rotate the machine. So if I am having a machine like this and it's got a an input hopper and an output hopper. No, not sorry, an input of some sort. Yeah, it looked like. Well, let's say that's the output. What's the filters? I think have got the right look. And then we'll grab that mesh, or we won't. Come on, Unity. Partly why I'm explaining this, it's so you guys can go, hey, this is how you should do it. And I'll be like, oh man, you're brilliant. You'll be like, yeah. Rather than just me waffling on. And I understand that Dora is a distracting little darling. So imagine a machine that we're making, and the machine takes in materials and it can output materials. Now, I can allow the player to place them anywhere, or I can implement a system where the location of the inputs and outputs are forced. What do we think? So now imagine we've got a machine that we'll take the research machine. So the research machine takes 4 inputs. That means I can do this, and that's pretty cool. Where's the middle? Down there. But because the machine has to be symmetrical, it'll have to look like that. Like I will be able to specify the input locations. That's fine in the XML. Ugh. That might not be fun. It crosses my mind if it's symmetrical, I could probably do it like that. So you can build multi-block GACs, or you will be able to build multi-block GACs in that orientation or that orientation. Not that one. So there or there. The question is, should I allow the player to feed in resources anywhere? Should I force the player only to allow resources to feed in and out on the lowest row? Should I set up predetermined fixed locations for those resources? Now, I don't know. And given the silence back from the chat, get off my keyboard! I'm trying to train not to go on keyboards, so given the silence back from the chat, I don't think you guys know either. In a number of ways, forcing the location is the best. Does require the most work, though. One of the things I want to do in FortressCraft is I want the correct setup to be visually correct. Yeah, the problem with fixed locations, because it has to be symmetrical. So you cannot rotate the machine. You can rebuild the machine in the other orientation. So if you build it, you're like, oh, no, that's right, you can rebuild it like that. But if the machine isn't symmetrical, so if I build it like like this, you can't rotate it 180 degrees. You can only rotate it 90. You can do it like that, or you can do it like that. You can't do it like that. I'm kind of most concerned, really, about the assignment. So the gas bottle, you see, which is a non-generic machine. So I'm essentially recreating what this machine did. This is a better sort of example. So yeah, Andy, you never did this one, did you? Let's see what we can find. We've got, that looks like the Falcor charge thing, the receiver. I've jammed a canister onto it, and on top of that I've put a bomb base. So Andy never actually did this one. He was down to do it but never did. So I've kit bashed this one, but it looks pretty good. It has to be symmetrical, yeah. Otherwise, I would need to have the player build every multi-block GAC out of at least 2 different materials in order to determine the front, or I would need to allow rotation afterwards, which is a non-trivial exercise. Wow, Andy, we really failed on this, didn't we? This thing is so many machines. Oh well. So in this case, I forced an input location, I believe. But I still found a lot of players got confused about this. Where should I plug it in? Let me just grab that as a better example a sec. While I'm doing it, I think I've decided, but I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure how I will program it in the XML. Yeah, we probably should have. Final Factory. First Factory actually made quite a lot of money, so we probably should have. So in this case, what I would do is I would yeah, I suppose you've really got enough on at the minute, Andy, because at some point I need to start making a list of machines to redo. But I suspect that list will be beginning to end. Yeah, so what would happen to a degree is we'd have a machine that looks like this. So let's just say this machine is a bottler of some sort. Should we just build a gas bottler in the game? So in this case, you connect a pipe there, but it can only offload to those 2 locations. Is that too? Does that work? Does that not work? I'm not actually sure how I'll define them in the XML yet. That's definitely something I haven't got an answer to at this point. It could be done, Ovs. I also need to download the correct TechX print while I think about it. If the layout was the layout will be non-symmetrical along. What's the term? It won't be rotationally symmetrical, but it will be axis symmetrical. I'm not prepared to do arbitrary shapes. If I say something's 3x4x3, there are only 2 possible things you can build like that. Yeah. I mean, I still see people getting confused about which way around to print stuff anyway, so... but the railgun barrel is built by a machine. It's not really a multi-block in that sense. Yes, this is a tricksy one. I think what I'm going to do for the moment is I think for the moment, like for today, I'm going to allow things. Can I have one with multiple gacks? Oh god, no, Shauka. Can you imagine? That only works if any larger gack does not contain any smaller gack. Otherwise, whilst building the larger gack, you'd accidentally complete the smaller one. This is like when you build massive rows of 3x3 of tier 4 batteries and you accidentally get it wrong and it finds a complete solution. Multiple tier rows for gacks is not a problem. I've solved that one to the best of my happiness. I am worried about the crapness of just machines that you just, like in this case, you could just plug a pipe in there, stick a hopper there. Actually, let me. What? Yeah, jet turbines are a nightmare again. It's cool that you can build them in all the different entries and all that stuff, but it's not necessarily good. The trick here, Esmir, is to super build all of them apart from one row and then to manually place the last row. Because then you guarantee the order. Oh, Cephas is having a dream. I'm because I'm working quite hard, believe it or not. I'm not watching the print. Every time I look up at the print, it's done something new and cool. Right, so I'm going to build one of these even though I don't have them. So multi-block. No, yes. So, the reason I'm picking this one is this is the... let's go build them in our room. Where's our room? There's our room. Whoops. I fixed so many errors, warnings in FortressCraft last night as well. It's that sort of thing. Like, you know, people say to me, oh, you know, can you implement this new cool machine? And sometimes it's like, I'd like to, but I have to spend 10 hours doing nothing but fixing warnings in the code. I don't tend to string the really tedious stuff because it's pretty tedious. Given FortressCraft 2's much greater use of rooms, I will probably have to do some more work on them and how they work and things. Like, for instance, when you're in a room and it's not a valid room anymore, it should stop, it should kick you out of the room. But yeah, given the that we want a lot more rooms, people keep asking for room builders. I keep saying, building rooms is a low effort task. You know, it's fairly relaxing, but more importantly, it does take a bit of time. And it's quite important that it takes a bit of time because I need to find distractions for the player quite often. So the player needs to have plenty to do. Otherwise, the player ends up watching the smelters. And that sucks. So, whatever's going on in your base, no matter what, watching the smelter is not the best thing you can do. Even if you've got no resources, go and harvest plants. I really need to figure that bug out as well. Is it high specular? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I'm just going to build a room. But yeah, it takes, even the biggest room, if you've got the paste, it takes what? 5 minutes. Usually what happens is you start to build the room and you run out of paste. At least for me, if it's a big room. If it's a small room, I've usually got the paste. So I've had people ask for the room builders, but I don't think so. Because I like the fact that your player spends 5 minutes making the room. And in that 5 minutes, all the smelters are working, the ore extracts are working. And when they're done, they're like, hey, this thing's done something. Well, I still see people, a lot of people, they're waiting for bars. So you go and they're unable to sort of prioritize doing two things at once. So, you know, I need to build a such and such a machine. But while I'm waiting, I shouldn't just wait for that machine. I should build another machine or get some resources for something else or, you know, whatever. What you shouldn't do is just wait for that one thing. And building rooms inherently means the player... I mean, they're doing the voxel thing. They're doing the creative buildy thing. I think a lot of the players who do want the room building machine, they've either played it an awful lot or they've never built any rooms. And I've... What this is going to appear when I look at it. Yeah, I need to work out what that is. Yeah, well, 50k... That's the thing, Vera. You're like, I've got 50k pace. Let's build this big room. Oh, man, I don't have enough by far now. But it's not as if building rooms is difficult. Like, it's quite obvious what's wrong. Devtron, if you don't have enough resources to do more than one thing at a time, yes you do. You can go and hand dig coal. You can dig up plants. You can flatten areas for your base. You can build rooms. You always have stuff to do. You should always be producing more than you can use. Always. Like, if you have nothing to do, if you literally have nothing to do, ping, listen for that crystal, and go crystal hunting. There's never a point at which you, well, maybe if you're really super out of power, but nearly always you've got time for that. Are you that low on resources? Go dig up some big rocks. Big rocks, oh that's, big rocks drop tin and copper. Yeah, so I mean, you've always got stuff to do. It's not fair to say you have to wait on the game, ever. There is always, ooh, it's finished. There's always something else you can do. Yes, but if you're waiting for it to smelt, go and get some lenses. Does that make sense what I'm saying? There's never a point at which you have to wait. There's never a point at which the only thing you're waiting on is a bar. You might be waiting on a bar in order for something you want, but there's definitely something else you can do. I mean, realistically, I do like doing the rooms as well. This is the bit of Terraria I kind of liked as well, was building rooms for your NPCs. I just realised this isn't even slightly tall enough for a gas bottler. I forget how big the big multi-blocks really are. Where is it? 3x3x9. Oh dear. Okay, Okay. Right. I need to fix that bug. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, Dutron. If it's an early playthrough and you've got to the bit where you've got to the bit in the game where you can build rooms, you got something to do. If you haven't got to the bit where you can create rooms, maybe you don't. But either, hopefully, the player will get to the point he's building a room, and while he builds room, his smelting operation is building up. His paste operation is doing stuff. You know, it's that sort of thing. You should always, I think, be able to find something to do. Right. Okay, so I'm going to print something more FortressCraft related, and I have two choices. We can do a spider-bot foot in pearl white, or we can do a tech axe in... I do have a purple, and I've not printed in it. Should we do a tech axe in purple? What do we reckon? As I'm going to have to restart Unity, I think. Yep. I think one of the things about the rooms, though, is I purposely didn't let you automatically create it because it gave you something to do. So any time that someone comes to me saying, hey, I have nothing to do, I'm waiting for the smelter, I like, build some rooms. I'm like, oh, I didn't think of that. The more things I can give the player to do, the possible. So, Shalka, I'm using the spider-bot feet as ways of using up the ender filament spools. I think I know what colour I'm going to print my spider-bot, but it's an expensive roll of filament. And spider-bot is going to weigh about 1.5 kilos when he's done. So those are my 4 spider-bot feet right now. In glow-in-the-dark red, pink, not glow-in-the-dark pink, just pink, neon green, glow-in-the-dark, white. So I've still got 4 more feet to print. But the question is, because you guys are watching, what would you like me to print? As I said, my final spider-bot will be in probably glitter purple. It might be in a very nice silk purple I saw as well. But I have a purple it's not the best colour, it's not the colour I wanted, but I've got 1 kilo of it because I have no willpower, and I am tempted to print a very large tech axe. Or would you guys rather see a foot? Or should I print more bubble parts? What do you think? Put your answers in the chat. I'll try and remember why the game crashed. I fixed it, didn't I? But yeah, my first Spider Bro will be a Harlequin one of all the different filaments, because it's good to have something to test the filaments on. Andy reckons he takes 5 hours to print the legs, and I'm printing it at 225% size, which is 12.5 times. So that means each leg is going to take me a very long time. I also don't think I can print them on their end. I don't think it fits in the build volume. So we have 1 volt for another bubble part. I can't do any interesting parts though, because I don't have the colours. I need to poke the arcade and get some more colours. What will the... I mean, I can do, Devtron. I mean, that's certainly possible. I can absolutely print that character out. We need to bake it into a pose. It won't look very good. But yeah, to give you an idea of what I've just printed, those feet I saw, that's there. That's the tiny little spider-bot feet. My next part is... I hope I've done this right, Andy. I think maybe I should print one of the legs. Should I print one of Spiderbot's legs and see if it fits? Let me just open that up a sec. I'm afraid I can't show it's on a different computer. Is it leg full? I did check. I thought that things fitted. I don't know which end to stick it on. I guess with the mushroom bit at the bottom. Oh my god, it reckons it will print. Okay, that's 216 millimeters tall. I've never printed anything that big, and I don't currently have the anti-vibration things. Let me just look at how big my build area is. It does apparently fit. Let me just, I'll stick a screenshot in Discord so you can see what I'm talking about printing. Oh, let me slice it first, so we'll get an estimate. This is why I like 3D printing. It's 10 minutes of umming and ahhing, and then you just leave it for. Oh, Andy, are you serious? It's 5 hours per foot per leg. My one reckons 3 hours, so it'll probably be 5 hours, scaled at 225% size. I will ping Andy. That's 33 grams of filament. That's probably more white than I've got left on the spool. I hate putting stuff on spools so much. No idea. That threading the filament is just horrible. Oh, right, okay. 4S for all parts, he says. Not just for that bit. I think I'm going to have to build this outside, by the way, because otherwise it'll be that big. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if I'm printing more bubble parts, I'm just printing more of the white stuff, by the way, because that's what I'm kind of. I need to print out a total of 1 more face, 2 more, 1 more face and 2 more bodies. But it'll literally just be what you see me print already. Again. I am, because I work from home, I do also get to play it safe. Otherwise you'd probably just do a bed full of stuff. I can just do 1 print and then wait for it and then start another one off. Oh, that wasn't. Oh dear. That's a new bug. I should get an error. Don't think so. Don't forget, SBI, I have had a radical and enormous reworks on how the generation of meshes and stuff works. So, doesn't surprise me. I'm hoping Mad Vandal will actually give me some help, because there's so much code, and sometimes it's good to have a second eye on it. I've already noticed some viz bugs, but if you look at them, they go away. You have to purposely not look at them to get a screenshot. But surely that's not valid. So if I restart the game now, surely that's going to go, I'm not a valid block. Maybe it doesn't care. It should. It should go, hey, I'm not a... On load, it should go, I'm not valid, and then sulk at me. But yeah, the incentive for FortressCraft 2 for building rooms. You don't have a choice is a lot of it. You have to build them. I'm not going to incentivize you. I will tell you it has to be done. And then I will weather the complaints on the forum. Because I'm sure there will be plenty. Oh, the game's telling me what I want. Yeah, I'm really surprised it's gone there. That's fine. Anyway. So this block, this multi-block machine, can be built in any sort of... well, it can be built in one or two arrangements. I think what I'm going to do... Oh yeah, so I actually wanted to demonstrate something. I remember why I built this now. Then I got distracted because it didn't work. It's probably... Yeah, let's build another one over a segment boundary and see if it's... see if that's a repeatable bug or just a once-off. Is this an area I'm allowed to build in? I don't think it is. Alright, it is. Sounds great. How will I do it? Well, the Spheric, have you built robot arms in the game? That will cross over a boundary? Oh, it won't. But in this direction, it still won't. Oh well, no one. I'm not going to worry about that for a minute. Mad Vandalite, I think we're already looking at changing how they worked. 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you build any robot arms in the game? I mean, I can make you build a room just simply by going, you need this machine to progress. It goes in a room. Build a room. I don't have to be subtle about it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, whoops. Oh, I can't pick them. I don't know what it is. Oh dear. Okay. Robot arms only work inside a room, is my point. You have to build a room for them. I'm going to be doing this for a lot of other things. But, I mean, right now, my mission is explore the surface, build a room. For example. Right, so I actually get to the point I was trying to make. See, right now, I can build a hopper there. And it looks fine. It works fine, it just looks stupid. Or I can build a hopper there. Still stupid. But if I require Andy to make all of the GACs pretty much fill up the base, that doesn't look stupid. So what I might do is I might require GACs to only allow, except under maybe certain circumstances, only allow input and output from the bottom rung. So you can't... We're back to the conveyors, but it means you can't go like that and then try and get on top of it and then like up the top. Devtron, I think we had this discussion. I've been talking about this for quite a long time, and oh man, let me go over it all again. Someone else explain, or wind back on the stream. I'm going to go and use the loo, and I am going to print two more bubble bits, because then I don't have to bother changing the filament. And I think I might do a spider bot leg overnight. That seems like a plan. But because I'm feeling brave, we're going to print 2 bits at once. Because I am a man that knows no fear. Nope, not 225, that's a good model. But yeah, input and output ports is a good idea, but has drawbacks. Starting with, I have to English. I have to implement the input and output locations in code, and then explain them to the player. Yeah. But the machines have to be symmetrical. That is not an option. They must be symmetrical. And that becomes an issue because then you'll always have an input and an output. You'll always input from one pair of sides and output from the other pair of sides. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's so good. Right, I should be back in a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Smoke if you got them. What other upcoming automation game? I'm not aware of any. I mean, it could be, but we actually make a machine that's an in and out. Like, you interface with a GAC with an input machine, and you take from a GAC from an output machine. Initially, I am just going to force players to use the bottom row of things, I think. Upcoming? It's been out like a year. Upcoming. Yeah, it came out in March last year. Of course it counts. If you can pay them money and you get to play the game, it's launched. I really like the new Sun stuff, by the way. I'm doing more bubble bits, Andy, but I'm doing 2 at once because I don't have to change the filament. After that, I will switch to purple, but that'll probably be towards the end of the stream. And the ETA says 2 hours, so it'll probably finish 4 o'clock. So, also Shaka, where did you get early access from? Early access is 100% a Steam term. I've only done 3 updates too. But it annoys me like this. They're probably tired of people saying this looks like a first-person Minecraft, a first-person Factorio. Like there is a first-person Factorio. It's Fortresscraft. Talk about that one. We got this again. We got no press coverage at all. I really love the sunset. Right, Detron? I have not played a Gran Turismo game in a long time. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. Vieira, even I know that Greg Tech is not a mod for Minecraft. Greg Tech is a balance mod for a bunch of other mods. Well, Shaka Satisfactory is naughty and shouldn't be using Steam terms on the Epic Store. Yeah, I obviously, you know, FortressCraft does have a mode called Greg, which we should probably rename for FortressCraft too. I'm gonna make a note on that. Anyway, I don't play Minecraft mods. I generally don't talk about Minecraft mods as I am tired of being accused of copying stuff. Even more when I got accused of copying a mod I didn't play. Totally, I never even heard of it. So I was like, oh, you copied this from blah 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 mod. And I was like, huh? And I had a quick poke and I'm like, dude, they copied it from us. And there was another one. I want to say Thormic Bees. It was a magic mod of some sort. And the author, he fucking loves FortressCraft, and he asked me, can I copy the grappling hook for the wand? And I'm like, absolutely you can. That's what you mean. Our grappling hook was inspired in part by Bionic Commando, and less so to Terraria. And I got accused of copying. He goes, oh, you know, you've just copied the wand, the grapple wand from this mod. And I was like, dude, he copied it from me, and he asked. But I do have what's called plausible deniability. I'm not just, I haven't played that in ages. I can, with lying at all, I can just say, I have never played that. I have never heard of what you're talking about. I know nothing about it. Either they copied me, which is possible, or it is pure and total coincidence. Or in some cases, it's blatantly the only way you could ever have done it. I got accused of copying Minecraft because I'm like, what do you mean? They go, well, you've got to say this right. You've got green grass and blue sky. I'm like, dude, have you been outside ever? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he asked me. I'm like, sure, dude, go for it. Built to me. It's not ours. I'll give you a pretend biscuit if you can tell me where we copied our build to me from, because it was not an original idea by us. It wasn't even something I did myself. Andy linked to me. I was like, holy shit! I said, that's brilliant. I'm nicking that. You'll laugh when I tell you, because it is a game of infamy. Oh man, that is very close to bed. Not Castle Miner? No, come on. What is the most infamous of the voxel games? You know, after FortressCraft. So I'm just organising my build bed, because I've just realised I've actually read the whole thing sideways. Because I'm special. Oh man, none of you remember. See, now you make me feel old. Watch voxel game promised everything and delivered nothing, apart from Starforge, which promised everything and then kind of failed to release properly. Big famous Kickstarter. No. The thing of SVA, realistically, No Man's Sky promised nothing, and then everyone assumed that it was, and then was disappointed when it didn't. Very odd. Nah, further back, Kickstarter, big Kickstarter failure. Holy god! See, this is why Kickstarters keep coming up, because you guys, no offense, guys, you have got short fucking memories. Oh, Yogscast, yes. What was the Yogscast game called? I actually got on quite well with the dev of that. Only there wasn't a dev; he was an artist, and oh my god, Yogscast threw him under a fucking bus. Seriously, but he was an idiot. They promised everything, asked for no money at all, and then they specced out like 10 years worth of work in 6 months, and then in 6 months they failed to even hire a programmer. And the voxel system they used, the author said, "You're not using that in that game. I want some of the money." But yeah, they had the build to me system. I'm like, holy shit, that's brilliant. That's just genius. And it was easy. It was so obvious. But I'm afraid one of the coolest features in FortressCraft was stolen. Yeah. Inspired by. But at least our game came out. Yog Ventures. It's probably still up. I wrote quite a long post about it, like breaking it down, just saying, look guys, you know, you really need to look at it. So they made $500,000 and failed to ship the game. They had this had so much lovely hand painted concept art, looked really good, but I broke it down technically with how much they were promising. You know, full modding API, fully fledged crafting system, physics engine, unique avatars, randomly generated worlds, randomly generated loot, randomly generated weapons, and it's like, oh dude, you oh no. It's just a Minecraft clone. But yeah, they literally pissed all the money up the wall. You know, in some ways their own fault. And and in some ways, it's kind of not. But yeah, they spent $35,000 on concept art environments. They spent $35,000 on character concept art. $35,000. That's one guy full time for 6 months. Then, so let me get straight. They spent $70,000 on concept art and $35,000 on programming. But yeah, this was brilliant. So what happened here? Never give Kickstarter your money. What happened is he paid the concept artist $35,000, who then got a job and said he can't work on it and didn't give the money back. He didn't bother getting it in writing. Oh yeah, and they paid $150,000 to Yogscast, who then didn't spend any of it. What was Tug? So what happened, if you were a backer of this, you got Tug for free. Which, obviously, they stopped that a long time ago. So, yeah. Short-term memories. Well, yeah. I mean, Infiniminer was a... not much of a game, really. It was just a deathmatch game. No, wait, hold on. Do you mean Infiniminer? There's Infinifrag was the first one. And Infiniminer, I don't actually remember Infiniminer. Wasn't it still just a deathmatch game? I can't remember. It's been so long. Been so long. Right. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, public. U short. Now, structure detection script. Now, hopefully I won't need to, and I believe the highest one is 44. So I can say if L value is less than or equal to. So this also is I will hopefully also remove a lot of the previous machines and turn them into GACs. But I believe that's the highest one, 44. If L value is greater than or equal to that plus M machines dot. No, we could have GACs. It's not a valid guess. Okay. Equals L value return true. And then we're going to want a get machine by placement value, short L value, and we're going to want to cache this. What is a machine? It is a generic altered data craft entry. I think that might need to be a MB generic altered data craft entry. Yes. Yes. To be fair, Esmir, I've stopped hearing Minecraft clone. People don't bother saying it anymore. I have had very odd things. So stuff like people. I was at an event, and there were about 20 indies, of which 7 or 8 were Minecraft clones. And we would get people say to me, "Is this Minecraft?" What? No. Is it modded Minecraft? I'm like, no. I said, you know, have you not been to any of the other stands? Oh yeah, we've seen all the indie games here. All right. Did you ask 8 people, is this Minecraft, and get the answer no and continue to just ask, is it Minecraft? I would always get teenage boys standing behind me, and one would go to the... It could just be one way. He'd just go, Minecraft, to his mate. That's what he'd say. Not, this looks like Minecraft, there's some Minecraft. Just Minecraft. Like, Minecraft invented anything. And I've had this argument so much. And the one that I've always said is, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Minecraft invented nothing. Minecraft has 0 original features. FortressCraft has 1, and that's 1 more than Minecraft, which has 0. What makes the game is not the original features, it's how you put them together. Films don't, make up new words. Well, sometimes they do, but, they use all the words we've got. But that, you wouldn't say, oh, I'm not going to watch a film unless it's got a new thing. Oh, what Notch says is irrelevant, Theo. Notch says whatever he likes, depending on whether or not it's suited him, so... And good morning for science. Okay, so... String? Placement pad. Did I do the override? Oh, where did I put in the size? I have too many files open. Don't know if Imperium was kickstarted. I don't follow Kickstarters, right? If you want me to pre-order your pre-order, you have another thing coming. I will buy games that are out. I will not pre-order games. I will not pay for you to write your game. Why would anyone do that? I'm sure I wrote the X size and Y size and Z size. I mean, Empyrean and music. All I know about Empyrean, again, I don't play other people's games as a rule. I try when I play games to play games that are outside of the genre I am writing. All I know about Empyrean is they bought a lot of the same Unity Store asset packs as we did. And it's hilarious because they, unlike us, didn't even bother changing the fucking textures. Do they look familiar, lads? How about, no, not that one. Where's the one? God, show me the image. Yeah, so did we. There you go. See, there's in the cold cavern. There's our things. But that's fine. Using Unity Asset Source is fine. Unless you have the money, which it's a lot cheaper to use both. But yeah, they use exactly the same plant pack as we did. But we changed our textures. They didn't. That game has made so much more money than we have, so it's not as if I can really sag it off. But I'm pretty sure it's more than one person. FortressCraft's biggest problem really is that I am the bottleneck more than anything else. But we absolutely don't have the money to pay more people. Yeah. Well, I don't know, Andy, because obviously the vertex painting. There you go. There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Possible related search PC game. Right. Come on, give me the pic. There you go. This is the big version. There you go. There's your Minox. Well, actually, no, they're not Minox. They're glow pods, sorry. That's the stuff we use as the rocks. The giant things. and some others from the same pack. But yeah, they use a lot of it. It does look very nice. That looks great. Do they still work? Is it still being developed? No, not really. Oh no, yes they do. Yes they do. But you know, more power to them. They did better than we did. FortressCraft kind of. The problem was it got to the point where I couldn't generate the content quickly enough, and I couldn't go back and rework stuff. I just don't have the time. Whereas these guys have made a lot more money and have a lot more people. I'm sure I just searched placement value and I didn't find any. Placement value. Ah, there we go. All right, put it in the generic water. Right, wrong thing entirely. So I don't really know what this is. I also don't know why we're bothering to check this. Oh, right, okay. I'm not worried about that for the minute. Again, hopefully at some point someone wants to start working on mods for FortressCraft Phoenix before it's out. So when it comes out, there's some mods. And at that point, I will worry about it. Okay, so you are an multi-block generic auto crafted data entry. No, I could just call that. If there we go. Baby steps, baby steps. What's wrong with that? An object references. Okay, yeah. Cool. This is that. Okay, so can't see anything from the camera being there. I should really sort out. I haven't actually bothered yet, so I've got Octoprint to monitor the prints, but I haven't got Octoprint to actually control the prints yet. I should do. I've been lazy. Right, I'd much rather print stuff than spend a couple of hours not printing stuff in order to print stuff better, because that's me. So what I would like to do there is, instead of you watching the live print, you just watch the time lapse. So what will happen is every time it finishes a layer, it'll take a new, it moves the bed all the way forwards, moves the head out the way, takes a screenshot, and then it turns that into a movie when it's done. But you should, I think, watch it live so you can actually watch it go. I just haven't. Well, I think all I need to do is just add AmpuTea as a printer. I don't really know. Basically I got as far as AmpuTea lets me watch from my webcam when I'm not in the house. Then I stopped. I can't stop prints from it yet, but you know, I will. Okay, if our target machine is now. Okay, now we also need to query this stuff here. I'm not sure I'll get this to work today. I've got another 4 or 5 hours. But if not, this is what I'll work on next time. I might work on it when I'm not streaming as well. I do quite a lot of non-streaming work. But this should mean trivial additions for non-square generic machines to craft stuff of any size. And that's awesome, because FortressCraft, I think, will primarily be about non-one block machines. I want to try and learn from the mistakes of FortressCraft, and one of them was that a lot of people gave up playing FortressCraft before they actually got very far into it. And one of the things that we realised quite early on, is why we changed to a new type of CPH, is that people were quitting the game before they had built the lab. Now the lab was the first multi-block machine. And it surprised me that so few people have got that far, but people were finished not playing the game at all, thinking that every machine in the game was 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. So that surprised me, and that was the solution. So I would like to have more and more and more multi-block machines in FortressCraft to be able to do that. Yeah, I like that idea. I like that. So sometimes I stop halfway through my sentence because I'm like, you know what? That's a great idea. And then I come across like a moron because I'm like, oh, I've got distracted. Right. Okay, so when we load in the data, trigger from value, Try by value. Right, so it's here. How do we... I hate XML stuff. I really, really do. So... Now that's mod stuff, so I'm guessing we'll look in a folder called that. It's just a bit black boxy. It works, and then I'm like, how does it work? Well, it calls XML parser read XML type, and then as far as I know, it pretty much just matches up variable names to strings. I just don't like XML. I prefer ini files. You know, I have. That is correct, Risk. It does. No, I just do mod 2 equals 0. The problem with black box coding when it doesn't work, is that it's very hard to fix it. Yeah, Risk. So basically, the way I expect or hope people to play is you play the game through, get all the achievements that you care about, or all the achievements, and then go, right, I want to play it again with mods. A lot of the achievements in FortressCraft are designed as tutorials. So if you go, I've played the whole game, I've completed everything. Quite often I say, I looked at your achievements, you've done 12% of stuff. It's very, very, very difficult to complete all the achievements in FortressCraft. Very, very difficult. And not many people have managed it, so there's plenty to do. If you want to play mods, that's fine. I highly recommend you don't do your first playthrough with mods, because there are a bunch of tutorial stuff based on the mods. But if you want to, based on achievements, if you want to, that's fine. The reason that, and I apologise if you watch my streams regularly, because I do say the same things every week. The reason that I do so is because if I didn't, the most popular mod would be called Unlock All the Achievements. It's not an achievement at that point. Oh, well, you should ask me then, and I will tell you on Twitter. Oh, Dora's being sweet. You won't last though. Yeah, Risk. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind if you use mods. It's not like I don't think you should or I'm against it. It's purely that I wanted to make sure that when people compare off achievements they have done, that it was, as much as I can, a fair-based thing. If you really want to get all the achievements, there are a number of ways of getting it. One of the easiest ones is just to join somebody else's multiplayer world that's an endgame world, and you get loads of stuff quite quickly. And you'll get so many achievements just by joining an endgame world.
I've said this before, that as a rule, I don't care how you're playing the game as long as you're enjoying it. What I do care about, and I do have a problem with, is when people play the game wrong and complain they're not enjoying it, or it takes too long. And then I just sort of look at them going, don't play it like that. I want to play it like this. But you're not having fun. Yeah, but this is how I always play it. Right, but if you're not having fun, you should play it differently. I don't understand. So, play the games you want. I don't care. If you're not having fun, play it in a different way. 150 hours, you're just a beginner. A lot of what I'm hoping with FortressCraft 2 is that I will not necessarily add more content, but players will be happier to stay around for the content that there is. That's kind of more my goal. So you will be able to, there'll be more to do, more content, more value, but not necessarily more machines. I mean, an example is I'm planning on reworking way conveyors, and tier 3 conveyors are paintable. I don't know if Andy, if you remember those really lovely ones that somebody modelled. Yeah, sorry, you can place them on the wall and the ceiling. That's fine, but you know, don't expect to be able to do that in FortressCraft 2. Has image tier 3. Might be tier 4. Someone did a really nice test render of the oh, Andy, you don't happen to have it, do you? Yeah. God, yeah, it's exactly that sort of shit that I want to avoid in FortressCraft 2. And CompuGasm's right. It'd be awesome if we had those, but I don't have the bandwidth to start implementing huge amounts of new machines. When you're building that can be replaced with 3 slopes. It's not as if you're saving much stuff. I'm sure it'll be called pipe. I'm just trying to find it in the previous Discord, which I can just break down here. Oldest. But someone did this really, really good render. Do you remember it, Andy? So for science, if you're playing FortressCraft and you play it to complete the Frozen Factory and you do it in less than 200 hours, I would be very, very impressed. Yeah, DevTron, research setups are irrelevant for FortressCraft 2 because that is completely changing. This is the thing. This is why I got pissed off at CompuGasm last night, because he was busy telling me how it was wrong without ever having played the new one. There are some radical changes coming for the new FortressCraft. And he wasn't taking that into account. So as I said, your research setup is irrelevant. Andy, do you remember the guy, someone rendered some conveyors that were tier 3, but I can't remember. I'd like to find that image again. I'm not sure what to search for. What? But it had a really nice
It was really good. Right, I was like, that looks brilliant. I'm not really sure what to search for. Because if someone pastes an image and then types in the next line, it won't grab it. If anyone can remember, it's in the Discord history somewhere in general. I'd love to see them again. They were really good. And they were paintable, like totally paintable. And a really good design. Tileable, nicely directional. Just full marks. I just can't find the image anymore. So there's stuff like that. Though I'm planning on allowing more paintable stuff because it's awesome. Right, so hopefully when I run the game now, it should throw an error to me. But Devtron, you understand why that's a bad idea in a whole number of reasons, don't you? I can explain to you why that's a bad idea in a whole number of ways if you disagree. More importantly, FortressCraft will be different. It's cool. It's nicely compact, but oh god, is that a slow ass way of rendering stuff? Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh right. L value. Come on, false. I also genuinely like the idea of these powered conveyors for an early game device to make stuff easier. As well. An object reference is needed to access. Yes, it is. It is compact. That's bad. It works for you. That's bad in multiplayer. You cannot fix it. If you were to, let's say, accidentally in some way connect a conveyor up there and get nickel down on this line, you have no way of fixing it because you can't get in. Non-serviceable machines are generally, in my opinion, bad. If they work perfectly, great. More importantly, I'm definitely planning on having a faster multi-block stamper first. Secondly, this is not a valid setup for FortressCraft 2. There is no concept of a single place for research pods. Research pods are clearly broken into 3 tiers. Very different setup. But you have done a good job in making a compact setup using FortressCraft 1. But FortressCraft 2 is not FortressCraft 1. I'm not going to make the game enormously different, but I cannot just have it as FortressCraft 1 again. I think that I've played a lot of multiplayer FortressCraft, and sometimes people make sorting setups at like 20 blocks aside, and you can't get in there. And it works until it doesn't work. Okay. It's throwing an error on the XML file, which is what I expected. I don't know what the error is, so that's a little bit less helpful. If I can remember when the pipes were, I mean, we've probably got it somewhere. It's the sort of thing I would have saved. It might even be in the FortressCraft folder. Let me have a quick poke a sec. Can't really search star.jpg, can I? But it was really nice. Like, it was a really good sort of swept design. But I don't remember who it was. Like,
Sadly, and it's sad when that happens, but it's definitely in the Discord chat. I'm saying if somebody wants to spend their time looking for it, brilliant. But oh man, patch 6 screenshots. Well, we've had combat spider bots since patch 6, Falcor since patch 6, mod support came in patch 6. Wow. This is the thing I say, a lot of people still think FortressCraft looks like this. That's the thing. Thank you for dropping by, Spheric. Oh man, I don't suppose Andy saved the JPEG in there. We still use that one. That's still a good picture, but not a good design. Yeah. This is why a lot of why we want to ship FortressCraft again, in a manner of speaking, because a lot of people still think that FortressCraft is still this, which is how it was 5-6 years ago. The model I'm printing, by the way, quite annoyingly, doesn't have that pixel. The rest of it's pretty perfect, though. But not that one. That's really cool. First pass holobase. Buzz Lightyear by... I've forgotten your name. I'm sorry. She's a lady. She's got a name. But yeah, FortressCraft has come a long way since this... game, and the quarries are awesome. I do want to bring quarries back because if you've never built a quarry, you're missing out. They are sweet, but they would need to be rewritten as a multi-block machine. Look. Yeah, no, the quarries are awesome, but I've said before, the quarries are a solution looking for a problem. The only good use of quarries is if you need a lot of paste. I'll tell you what, Andy, which folder is that in, sorry? Is that a wing? Is it in the Fortress, in manufacture mode machines conveyors? Because I think you did that almost straight away. So we should, if I can find it, I should be able to do a date search. I can't see like a tier 3. Is it a wings file? Tier 2 tubes? Oh, let me zoom into your picture. Tier 2 tubes. CDR. Oh, yeah, there they are. I think that might be the original. I'm hoping it's him. But yeah, the render looked great. And I looked at it and went, I want to do a whole game in that graphic style.
So if I do from CDR. A CDR. Why are you not also completing? Fine, I'll copy his name. From. Are you making me remove the at? Apparently he's never said anything. Yeah, the quarries they're just not very useful. They also have the problem that if I made them good, I would have just basically made all other logistics of the game irrelevant, and the game would have just been tech rush to quarries and tech rush to quarries and then sort stuff. I don't understand. I'm trying to find all messages by this person, and I can't. Am I just being stupid? If I search, yeah, and if I search from user, and I paste in his username, nothing. So I remove the space, nothing. So I remove the at, nothing. With the first, like, he's obviously said something. No, it could be done. I have done it, but you require a very, very fast sorting system. Robot arms would be awesome. Like 100 meters of robot arms pulling stuff off to minimize. Why am I failing to search for this? He's obviously said stuff. Like if I search... If I just search his name, there, he said something at that point. I think his full nick is that from user. No. Discord searching for message from user in chat. Brilliant. Wow, could you have made the image any smaller? From... Unless he's changed his name. I think it may have been him. I don't know. I'll wait for him to get back to me. They were really good, and I would love to get those in as the tier 3 ones. I haven't bit the bullet yet. Basic conveyors will get half as fast. Conveyors will get half as fast. Tier 2 conveyors will get half as fast. To balance this, almost everything else in the game also gets half as demanding. But right now I've hit the limit of how fast I can push conveyors. So, massive rebalance. Okay, so it's complaining me that my XML script is corrupt, which is fine. It probably technically is. Data. Yeah, so it's going to have to start with MB and finish with MB. I'm expecting it just to error at me.
Oh, good. It didn't error. I was kind of expecting it to. I don't know. I was like running into the world. There's nothing to see. I expected to go, oh, no, wait, hold on. It's the wrong size. But it went, no, that's fine. Cool, let's go. Or it didn't find any. The sanity check should be actually down here. Well, let's no, let's not Alexa. Thanks, love.
Let's definition is fibronectin is a high molecular weight glycoprotein of the extracellular matrix that binds to membrane-spanning receptor proteins called integrins.
What? What? Alexa, what was the last thing I said?
I heard, no Alexa, no let's Alexa.
Okay. What? Hold on a sec. I think they can actually. Let me just. I think on my Amazon I can see on my manage my content and devices. Manage my content devices. Brilliant. According to this, I've got Adam's iOS device, Adam's second iOS device, Adam's third iOS device. Yeah, no. Oh, she's hooked up to a different account I don't remember the password to. In like an hour, can someone remind me about this? Because it's on my phone, but Dora is curled up on my phone. It's as if she knows where the most awkward place in the entire building to be and has just beelined for that. She's just stretched out on my desk. Hey, there we go. Illegal X of 0 found. Wait, but I didn't change anything, did I? Oh, yeah, because it was... Yeah, right, that makes sense. Okie dokie, cool. So I should be able to say... the first ever multi-block GAC. I should just be able to say X size equals... Now, I'll make it illegal because it must be odd. So I'll say 8. And now that should hopefully error at me that it's 8 as opposed to erroring me. Remind me to... Hold on, wait, she's moved. I think if... Oh, yes, you're cute. I think if I just boot up my app for She Who Shall Not Be Named. Ah, you found it. Yes, Andy. What did you search for? Because it would just be a few messages after that. There was a coloured version. Okay, communicate. Oh wow, cool. That's not what I meant. Devices. Yeah. Mine's called the Batcave. I wanted to see what it recently thought I said. Cause I'm like, what? History. Where do its history? Activity, maybe? I'm just going to put this in Discord. I'm not even going to try and understand what Alexa thought I said. Like, what I said made sense, but what she got out of it... Ah, there we go, there we go. I love that.
Sorry, the cat's moved. You don't need to remind me anything anymore.
That's the potential plans for the fastest conveyors. And to be fair, I hate the tier 2 conveyors.
I quite like tier 1s. I hate tier 2s. I might also allow paintable tier 1s. It may be these are only paintable with Dapper.
I have not made any DLC decisions yet. It is, let's say for sake of argument, it's 10 hours work to implement these conveyors. It is 15 hours of work if they are paintable. So when people complain about me going, oh, you've locked features away behind DLC, that is because it costs extra time to implement that feature.
Yeah, that looks glorious. Good spot, Andy. I'm going to save those. But how did you manage to search? I tried to search by user, it wasn't having any of it. I'll stick it back in. Yeah. Wait, what channel did I just paste what Alexa said into? Whoops, into the FortressCraft 2 channel. Well, if you're interested, go to the FortressCraft 2 channel, have a look. Yeah, I'll commit those only till we've got them. They're called just tier 3 tube. I don't know why you call them tier 2 tube. We've got tier 2 tubes. I would very much like to replace the tier 2 stuff, and I'd like to have another tier above that. Illegal X found of 0. Okay, that didn't work. Why not?
I don't need to do anything, do I? All I need to say is XML reader, read a MB generic orthographic data entry. I've added it to the XML. Again, if I'm doing something stupid, don't just sit there and go, look, he's being stupid. Just tell me I'm being stupid. And, you know, tell me what I've done wrong. But as far as I know, I just need a public whatever there called X size and one here called X size. And if it finds an X size there and it exists here, it's great. But for instance, the description doesn't arrive here, which is surprising. What have I done wrong then? I mean, I can just pop a... Wait, hold on. The breakpoint fired. Let's have a go. Wait, how did it not fire the breakpoint? Find all references, load entries. Ah, what's erroring here? Generic auto crafter. Okay, that's what breakpoint. Okay, let's try that again. Yep. And here we go. So, I have a breakpoint there. Why did it not get hit? Okay, so we've got one GAC file. We will read it in. I like to back. We check if it's. Oh, it's custom's not enough. Never mind. Let's see what's in it. Oh, because I put that inside the recipe. So the recipe now has a size of 8. Right, so now it should say to me, hey, you can't have 8. As an aside, if anybody wants to donate me like $1,000 so I can buy a high-speed Delta printer, you know, like a nice, or maybe $1,500, I will buy a fast Delta printer and I will print stuff at enormously higher speeds on stream. So, you know, if anybody wants to donate that, just, you know, let me know. Just pop the money in. That'd be brilliant. Thank you. Worth a try. I nearly bought a little Delta. There's a little monoprice mini for, what's it, £77, but there's no warranty on it, and I'm like, yeah. But I wants it. But I don't need it. I just want to print stuff quicker. Are you joking, Devtron? You are actually joking. The slowest of the Deltas is triple the speed of a Cartesian. Like the monoprice mini is 150 millimeters per second. Mine is 60. Now I might be able to crank out 100 from mine, and I might be able to get 200 out of the Delta. I'm not buying a resin printer for so many reasons, starting with disposing of the chemical waste, which requires you to hire a company to come and dispose of the hazardous waste. No. But like the fastest of the Delta printers are like 1500 millimeters per second. Don't know. The fastest of the resin printers is insane. Resin printers do an entire base plate of 4.5 inches a minute, which is just bananas. And I would, you know, it is that bad, DevTroll. Do you have a resin printer? I hate conversing with people over streams. I have to wait for him to type his response now. We'll also sanity check this as well. They filter... No, not the unused resin. That's fine. It's the other resin. So when you take the resin print off the build plate, you have to wash it in IPA. That's isopropyl alcohol. That's what you do with it. That combination of resin and IPA, the only thing you can do with it is to contact a hazardous waste company to come and take it away from you. You are well, I don't know about your country, but in this country, it is absolutely not legal to pour that shit down the sink, and you shouldn't. It's horrendously bad. But yeah, not the resin you don't use, the resin you contaminate by dunking in IPA. You can't reuse that. I wish you could. That would be awesome. But yeah, I do like the concept of I don't know what the value is. Should I know what that value is? Might be RP value. Yeah, I would love to think about having a resin printer, but it's not sensible. Yeah, but how fast is that, Devtron? You know, in numbers, rather than just watching it. Like, I can crank mine up, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea to. I do want a big wheel. I like these big wheels people put on their extruders so you can see it go. I don't have one. I don't think I could possibly fit one. But how fast were you printing there? I mean, I can't be in the same room as a resin printer. I can't. Oh, fuck off, Unity. I can't be in the same room as a resin printer. I need adequate ventilation. I'm then dealing with hazardous chemicals. I need to wear eye protection. I need to wear skin protection. This seems like a lot more effort than the payoff of fast printing. Whereas Delta printers are super fast because of just the nature of what they are. There's no build plate to move around. You have 3-step motors to move a very lightweight head and 3 axes using very complex IK. Delta printers are the fastest FDM. Resin printers are awesome, but I personally feel the drawbacks massively outweigh the advantages. And don't get me wrong, there are some definite advantages, and I do like them. But mais non, monsieur. I'd be surprised if you get it above 100 millimeters per second and it's still reliable speed. You're just shoving around too much metal. You know, you start strapping your printer down at that point. Which again could be done, but once you start to get to that level, you might as well have that printer for slow prints and for fast stuff and deltas. Now deltas do have, and I apologise guys if you don't care about 3D printing, but I don't care. Deltas have one enormous disadvantage. Dollar for dollar, they are tiny compared to Cartesian. So if you buy a $500 Cartesian and a $500 Delta, the $500 Delta will be much tinier. So what I was thinking about, and I'm still thinking about it, is the Monoprice Mini, which is £73. Let's come down a bit. Great reviews. All the reviews say the same thing, going, holy shit, this is brilliant. But the build area is tiny, relatively tiny. And all the 3D printing guys just complain about the tiny build thing. I haven't printed anything bigger than 12 centimeters. I just haven't. And I think a lot of these big YouTubers forget that the majority of people, what they want to print on their little printer is they want to print a Pikachu and then a Mario, and then they might print a like a Game of Thrones pin badge. They're not printing massive characters, and I really think they actually forget that. But it's a returned open box, no warranty, no guarantee. But I want one. I do want one. So anybody wants to send me one, go for it. Yeah, roughly the height of a can of Coke. I mean, it's small, but not so small that you sort of go. But yeah, deltas are super duper fast. The fastest Delta I know of, I forgot the name of it now. It's still $1,500, $1,000, but it does 1,500 millimeters per second, which is absolutely that you ain't gonna be cranking your Cartesian to that. Okay, now I might rename that to spawn value. Right. Let's see if we're currently running. Yeah. It'd be interesting to actually measure it. Part of the problem with 3D printers, so my 3D printer is set to do 400 millimeters, no, at 60 millimeters per second top speed. It almost definitely never reaches that. The Prussias can be set as high as 200 millimeters per second, but they just will never reach that. They don't, only if you're printing essentially things with very, very long straight lines, otherwise you've got to keep breaking and turning. The problem is, I'm not as fussed about fast prints as I am about reliable prints. I'm not prepared to start desperately trying to crank a little bit more speed at my printer by risking crappy prints, which is why Deltas out the box do really well. It's just because of the nature of what they are. And that's why I kind of want one. Okay, so now I need to start taking the bottler code in. So I have quite a lot of code to write, right? A lot. Recalc shape. Don't know what these things do. Recalc shape. X, Y, Z, comma in. I love that these are longs. Like, I might possibly try. Oh, that's the location. Sorry, not the size. Okay, so do these need to be global? I guess they do, but yeah. I can't remember. I mean, so resin printers destroy FDM. Like, absolutely, yeah. The Delta was 2040 Turbo 2. I think it's 1500 millimeters per second. This one apparently 1200 millimeters per hour. Not sure you got that right. Yeah, that resin, but yeah. No, it's not that one. There was one that was 1500. But yeah, 500 millimeters per second is very fast. Holy bear. That one does 80 pounds an hour. But yeah, the fastest resin printer I've seen is 4.5 inches a minute, which is insane and totally awesome. I love the concept of the future, where I can just go, hey, I want to print a thing, and it prints it in full color. You can just watch it, and it prints it in 10 seconds. And then all the YouTubers whine it prints in 10 seconds, then there's one that does it in 5, and eventually one that just prints really fast. And the limiting factor is it's too hot to touch after it's printed. I just, that's where the future is going, and that's amazing. It's been future house designs. People say that their houses will come with a 3D printer, and it will recycle all your old plastic to print more stuff, and you'll just be able to print knives and forks. So you know you can print knives and forks in a certain color for your dinner tonight, and then just recycle them. And I love that concept. You know, all runs off solar energy. Apart from the little bits of wastage, it's pretty much entirely recyclable, and that's brilliant. Yes, Debtron, they're faster but they are. If you think of the weight your printer is carrying around, I mean your one, is that a Bowden? I can't tell from your picture, but if it's a non-Bowden, if it's a Bowden extruder, you're still carrying around quite a chunk of metal, and you have to move the bed around. Delta printers carry a lot less weight around. And that's the point, because they're carrying a lot less mass, they can move quickly. The drawback is that they the computing power required to run them is enormously higher. So that is the drawback. So you need a shit ton more computing power to do exactly the same stuff, because it's just fundamentally a much more complicated setup. Yeah, but that doesn't solve the fact I've still got to move the build plate back and forwards. Yeah, you just said just, and then told me a week's worth of work and several $100s. It's not quite that simple, is it? But yeah, the IK movements for Delta printers are fascinatingly interesting because they're done in a different coordinate space. So moving one arm up and down moves the print head in 3 dimensions. So to move the head in 1 dimension, you have to move 3 arms. To move it in 2 dimensions, you move 2 arms, and to move it in 3 dimensions, you move it with 1 arm. It's bonkers. I suspect long-term Delta printers are where we'll go, rather than the i3 sort of setup. I can't imagine resin printers will ever catch on because they are simply too much effort, too messy, too smelly, too dangerous. Like fundamentally go blind type dangerous. IPA is the bad one. Yes, it's not an hour or two to replace my 8-bit controller with a 32-bit one, replace all the software, tune it, get it working again. That's more than an hour or two. I'm sure I could change the extruder head, but I'm not. I have the advantage. I don't know. So Devtron, right now, I assume you are a grown-up man. I assume that you have a job. I assume you're at your job and you're quietly skiving and talking to me. You can't do anything with your 3D printer right now. So having a 3D printer that's fast is important because when you go home or at the weekend, you need to print as much as you can. I'm at work. I'm working. Chat with you. And I can start a 2-hour print every 2 hours. And that's one reason I'm not that fussed about a really fast printer, because I can print far more in a week than you can, because I can start far more prints, so I don't have to try and cram my print time into a short period of time. I am working. Fuck you. This is work. This isn't a very fun task. Yeah, but my point is, Detron, when your printer finishes, let's say your printer finishes at 10 in the morning, you're at work, you have to wait till 7 at night. Now, yes, I am aware there are ways to bonk the print off the bed and start another print remotely, but you're getting into the realms of probably not. So I'm not massively fussed about squeezing more speed out of my cheap little, and this is a very cheap printer, by the way, guys. I genuinely $160 plus some upgrades, so very cheap. So I'm generally very happy with that. But if I was in a situation where I work 9 till 5 and I want to do 3D print in the evening, at that point I'd be very concerned with getting the fastest printer I could, because I would have less time to start a print and then, oh, it's failed, it's not right, and things. Oh no, I would like a fast one as well. It's just that I don't have much reason to justify risking failing prints in order to get a bit more speed out of it. Sorry, Brian. I understand this isn't your thing. It's like taking a 1.6 litre NA and then over turboing it rather than just buying a 2 litre engine to begin with. I could drive the printer harder, but it's not really going to like it. So in this case, all I've done is I've just left a little bit earlier and driven a little bit slower. But I would... Well, I've got a plan for what I'm hoping to achieve at the arcade. This machine. For what I'm hoping to achieve at the arcade with... excuse me. With 3D printing, and they'll be a lot more expensive than what I've got here, so I get to play with those. I wanted to get machine by value. So this is static. The problem is I'm about to call a bunch of functions that iterate, and they kind of require some static stuff set, and that's quite annoying. Static, and then I'll just call it let's call it placement machine. But yeah, if somebody wants to buy me a much more expensive, a nice $5,000 1500mm per second travel speed printer, I will happily accept. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great argument because my primary daily driver is a 600cc turbocharged engine, so and that's driven fairly hard and is actually surprisingly reliable. Actually, so people bought me weird stuff off my Amazon wish list last time. Jesus Christ. $3.8 million. 3.8 million dollars for a board game Kickstarter. Oh god, it comes with an app. Oh god, no. Yeah, and I got some like Lego minifigs off my last birthday. I should probably actually organise a public wish list, like buy Project Games these things, and you know, stick a Prusa Mark III on there. Actually, you can't buy Prushas off Amazon, so it's a little bit awkward. Oh, Miss Kitty, she's been very cute. Okay, so might be able to get with just passing it. I don't like that. I'll just have the last one we happen to do. Prusa don't let you. So Prusa are a bit weird. They lock you in. You can't buy spare parts for the machine unless you already own the machine. So they're a little bit. Well, they're stopping you basically buying better bits for a crappy machine, and then losing money. Which is odd, really, because if you just make money off the spare parts, you're like, I don't care if you do that. And then we swap around the X and the Z, sorry, the Z and the X. And I'll need to check when we load it back in. There's the other weird thing you can't get off Amazon. You can't buy Chromecasts off Amazon. They don't let you. They ban the sale of Chromecasts because they want to promote the Fire TV stuff, which is annoying because what I really could do with right now is a replacement Chromecast, and I can't because I can't. Well, I could. I can't be bothered to buy it off anywhere other than Amazon. They did? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're right, unless it's very recent. Show me a Chromecast and those results. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, wait. That might be a Chromecast. I'm not paying 70 quid for it. Notice that none of these are Chromecasts. This is a Timoom wireless display dongle. This is a King box. This is a... Sorry, does that say BD leaking? Oh, BD Ice King. But yes, you are right. They do appear to. Because I do want to sort out getting... what's that streaming? Stadia at some point. But yeah, it's silly because you can get exactly the same thing that's Chromecast compatible for a whole 17 quid. But yeah, I didn't know that. You say that, I'm not sure you're right, you know? Vieira, I think it's still banned. What's happened is that's quietly made it through the ban. Because there's only one person selling a Chromecast, apparently. It does say by Google. I think they haven't spotted it, that's all. I just want a refund. You click the button, Martin, I want a refund. It's not good for me because when I use it, my internet connection goes down to 0%. Well, that's your internet for you. 70 quid though. Like that's very expensive because the Chromecasts were like 20 quid or something. They were to the point where you would just buy them for the hell of it. Oh. Yeah, or 20 quid off eBay, 36 quid off LM prices. For one that's definitely not a Chromecast. Ah. But yeah, but from the looks of my results, which puts a Leo box and the Fire TV and this other weird thing, I've got to scroll down a long way before I get to the brand name one. Yeah, Amazon Prime doesn't mean anything. Amazon Prime just means it's in an Amazon warehouse, not a third-party warehouse. But I suspect that's more they've got around the ban, or they got told to stop it. I haven't followed it up. Oh, okay. Was this recent then? Oh my god. I think from now on that entire function just comes across and that's it. That covers me down to there. Now to write the other functions. Oh right, okay, fairly new. Yeah, I would like a 4K one, but there's no way I am paying 70 quid for that. Like the Chromecast is 20 quid over here or something. Well, I've learned something today. I like to learn something every day. And today I've learned I could buy a Chromecast that I don't really want to and I can't really afford it. But, you know, I could do. Right, so what's this last X? What's get extents? Right, what? Okay, well, we're just going to call that... I don't know why it's called Last Said, but there we go.
Okay. Todd, if you're there, I was saying it's again, not you specifically, but Factorio, Satisfactory, all of those. They kept on having like weekly like trailers made, like short trailers, just going, "Hey, here's where the game's at. Look at this cool new feature." And it's a shame that we can't do a similar sort of thing reliably. Videos people want to watch, videos people want to share, just to let people know. Because I'm still constantly being asked, or saying, you're working on FortressCraft too? It's like, dude, I've been talking about this for a year and a half, and there's a FortressCraft 2 channel, and I tweet about it, and have my drink. Right, is Cube this machine? Now this is where we're going to have to start doing some more smarts. Because they will still be machine placement blocks, I think. Oh, wait. What does the YouTube channel topic say? That's a fail on my part then. Because I use Restream. Let me press the button. It says FortressCraftin. Yeah, I can't really pry. I would put FortressCraftin in FortressCraft. Yeah. Dokev, yes, but the question is, and it's a very difficult question to ask. Let's say I spend 2 days a week developing FortressCraft, and I will ship FortressCraft, and I will make $1 million. Now let's say I spend 1 day a week developing FortressCraft, and 1 day a week making trailers for FortressCraft, which I can do. It's within my skill set. Will I make... That means you ship a game that has had half the development time. So instead of 100 days of game dev, you have 50 days of game dev and 50 days of trailers. So the game itself has had 50% of the development time. The question is, and this is a difficult question to answer, will that make more than $1 million, or will that make less than $1 million? And I have a horrible feeling I know the answer. And I have a horrible feeling the answer is more. Satisfactory did not sell on the basis of the game. Satisfactory sold on the basis of the trailer and the art, both of which were superb. If I look at the E3 2018, like absolutely superb trailer, like very well done, very polished. Definitely. This is the thing. If you actually look at this, you know, that looks quite familiar. Up there, and yeah, it's cool, but that looks a bit like our one, better, but oh, and that ping, that's a familiar ping, isn't it? But this is brilliant. This stuff is so well animated and so good, and that looks bad, but hey, whatever kind of thing. It just looks so good. All of it does. Wow, just. But that comes from the art, not the gameplay. And you look at this, and it looks fantastic. Well, I mean, I'm not sure anyone ever built a factory like that, but it looks really, really good. And I would love FortressCraft to be the same game it is, but look as good as this. The problem is, as I said, that Satisfactory is quite a shallow game, and this level of graphic fidelity does not come without a performance cost. And yeah, when I saw how you have to do the automated vehicles, you have to like plan a route and then they'll follow the route, and I'm like, oh, screw that. So yeah. So when I saw that screenshot there, I was like, holy moly, that's never going to run like that. There's no, and I was just so right. But it's sold on the basis of very pretty graphics. It shows nothing about the gameplay whatsoever. All it shows is huge amounts of beautiful art doing beautiful things and nothing about the game. And then got viewed nearly 1 million times. Factorio 3D! Now this is the problem. FortressCraft isn't pop enough. Oh, wait. Oh, I fucking take it back. I fucking love you guys. Far too much grinding. Fuck off. I take it back. You're awesome. Arg! But more of that needs to happen. More people going, well, this evolved, FortressCraft evolved, FortressCraft evolved, FortressCraft evolved, and it's not so. FortressCraft looks shit and plays shit. Unsatisfactory that game. Thanks, dude. This is probably Factorio only in 3D and other target. No, this is modded Minecraft, but with better graphics. Gotta love the internet. So we can access the placement machine dot placement value. We'll still be placing machine placement blocks with overridden values. Yeah, I haven't. Deep Rock Galactic was another one that, oh, the trailer was great. Volcanoids, again, you look at it going, holy shit, that looks great. And then you realise the trailer is literally the money shot and there's nothing else to it. And that's a shame. FortressCraft, on the other hand, is the opposite. You go, oh, this looks shit, this isn't very good. And 20 hours later, you're like, oh my god, I haven't even scratched the surface. That should get extents. So this should, for each click, yep, that's fine. That gets extents. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Short name. Well, I mean, I've said this before. It was Jaws was the first film to spend more on the marketing than on the film. It made more money than anyone could possibly conceive a film would have made at that point. Computer games are generally the same thing. More money is spent on the development of the marketing than the game. That
honestly angers me quite a lot. I would like to. I would like. I would like that not to be the case. I would very much like it. So, if you have $10 million to spend on your game, you don't spend any on marketing. You know, you don't need to. You spend it all on the game. Realistically, if I had $1 million in the bank to write a game with, I should probably put half of it onto marketing. I like Sucker Punch. I don't care what you say. There's a bit where a lady in a short skirt and stockings uses a giant sword to fight a robot samurai ninja with a fucking minigun. That doesn't make you happy? Sir, there is no helping you. Do we call that one a... Please let that not for a name. That didn't good. For those of you not reading chat, he says, "Oh, it makes me happy, just not in a way I want to be surrounded by other men in a theatre." Oh. It's a very satisfying noise. When the print finishes, it's like, yep, brilliant. I'll have a look. So far, wrong way. So far, I haven't had a print fail on this new bed since I've cranked the temperature up, but I've really cranked the bed temperature up, and I'm not sure that's entirely sensible. So let me just do a quick count of the bits I've printed so I don't accidentally do it wrong. So I'm printing 3 large bubble bobbles, 1 in neon, 1 bub, 1 bob. Apologise for you having to put up with my, basic maths here. So I now have 3 sets of eyes. I now have 2 belly. So I think I need to print another belly. Oh, no, I don't. There it is. So yeah, wait for that to cool. Take it off. Change the filament, and then I will be printing something Fortresscraftin. I shall start with the spider-bot foot. So spider-bot foot to see how I can see if I like the filament, and then we're going to do a tech axe. So while that cools, I am going to go and use the little boy's room. I would put the camera on the kitty, but she won't stay. But I'll show you her anyway, because she's being particularly sweet. Oh no, I think she might be dead. You stare at her face. I'll be back in one moment. Oh, it's so warm. I never played Deep Rock Galactic. I really liked how it looked. I was like, holy shit, that looks great. And then I found out it's Left 4 Dead. And I'm like, yeah, not interested. The concept of the game was great until I found out what the game was. So I bought myself purple off the internet because I like purple. However, the colour I bought appears to be disappointing purple. I'm not going to ask why this 1 kilo of purple comes in a much smaller reel than the Amazon 1 kilo purple. No, what I'm going to say, I like Left 4 Dead, but I don't like the concept of the game. Like, I like Left 4 Dead, and I played Left 4 Dead. But because there's no progression, once I played it once, I was like, whatever. Deep Rock Galactic, I thought it was going to be something very different to what it was, which is essentially Left 4 Dead. You go into a level with 3 other people, you hope to complete it, and when you're done, fail or lose, you just do the same again. There's no progression, there's no story, there's no A to B, and it's short rounds. So I generally, in my games, I like games where I can be in the world with my friends. FortressCraft is a good example. Terraria is a good example. Borderlands, to a degree. But mostly, that's what I want in my games, is to be in a world with my friends. I put the camera somewhere where you could watch me, but I'm not sure I can actually arrange it. So I need to take the spool holder off so I can pop the new spool. So I actually have a 3D printed spool holder for loose reels, which is quite cool. Quite a nice little design, because the little bits fold up here, so you can do that, pop the filament on, pop them open, it's done. Great little design, glows in the dark too, so that's useful. But I have a 3D printed spool holder, and again, if you've not done 3D printing, it might not impress you, but it blows my mind. I can print a nut and a thread so good I can spin it like that. That's just mind-boggling that the printer is that good. I'd say even a cheap printer like this is genuinely that good. You can print a thread. But now you'll come across a bit I particularly hate about this, because I absolutely cannot stand for the life of me putting new filament into the, changing the filament. Can't stand it. Oh, that is very heavy. That's a whole kilo of plastic on my thing. So what I might do is, if I don't hate the colour too much, I might reprint a lot of the temporary bits on my printer. Because you see, so I made that bit, I printed these, I printed those bits, I printed these bits, and I might reprint them all in purple. But as I said, the colour I bought appears to be disappointing purple. So you're going to watch my failures now. But this is why you're really here, is to watch me fail. So, I'm preheating the end to PLA temperatures. Dora, stop. You see Dora there. You do have to be the centre of attention, don't you? Up to you. Dora, what have you done with my snips? So I'm going to cut the filament at an angle. Apparently that's important. Now when feeding the filament, there are two things that are about to happen. You will either hear me go, first try, or we're still going to be here in 20 minutes time. Oh dear, it's going to be a 20-minute one. Feel free to ask me questions. I can see the screen. This is, like I say, this is why I quite like 3D printing as a hobby, because I've now got, 10 minutes of downtime to mess around with this. Then press the button and then I don't get to do anything else for a... Oh, no. Come on, go in the hole. This is your home. Are you too good for your home? This makes me want to do a Bowden tube. Bowden tube. If anyone has any brilliant suggestions on how it's a better way to do this, I'm all ears. As far as I can tell, this is just fundamentally one of the annoying things about this particular style of extruder. No one? No great ideas? This Doctor Who shirt. Oh, yes, I am. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Go in the hole! Devtron, I believe this is known as an E3D style extruder. There's a little hole, and there's a couple of cogs, and if I press that, the cogs disengage. If I touch that, I have to go and run it under cold water because that's 240 degrees Celsius. In Fahrenheit, that's a furlong or something. Wasn't Praxis the moon that blew up around Vulcan? Go in the hole! I have been tempted to get a new extruder, purely something that is less effort to do this. This is my least favourite bit by far of printing stuff. Oh, no. Let me just leave it in, it might warm up a bit. Sorry, Klingon moon. Klingon moon, sorry. Mom! Do the thing! So I just keep stabbing at it, it just goes in the hole. It doesn't help there, somebody is biting my toe right now. Last time I spent ages on this was because I forgot to heat the end. But I'm sure that's not the case now. So no cool tips and tricks, no, yeah, lick the end and it'll go right in. You guys suck, you're useless. Are you stealing that? Yeah, again, just so you can sort of compare the size of the two kiddies there. This is my desk. This is where I live. But I do want it to actually warm the end up. Will that make a difference? I've trimmed the end off to a corner. But that does help a bit, yeah, absolutely. But right, I don't think the camera will actually focus on it there. But yeah, it's quite stabby. But pencil sharpener is a cool idea. I like that. But I don't understand why the bit I have to jam it in isn't tapered. So I'm putting it into a wide hole that then gets narrow. I don't understand why I'm having to jab it into a flat hole. Is that a word? Flat hole? I don't know. I mean, you know when you got it right, because all the gunk starts to leak out the bottom. The hot end is hot. It's at 240 right now. So it's at ABS temperatures. Just trying to get it straight. There we go. When it goes in, it's perfect. When it goes straight through, and oh yes. There we go. So I'm going to print Spider Bot foot in disappointing purple. Bot's eyes. And I'll just give it a quick clean. Devtron, the problem is what I'm trying to hit is about 1 centimetre lower than the entry hole. Right. Yeah, there's some really nice purples. I think I might do my final spider bot in either silken copper or a very nice glittery purple that I saw. Very tempted. Right, spider bot parts, spider bot foot. And slash. I've never printed with this filament before. So it might work, might not work. No, Bucker. So this is a full spool. So this is a. Now, if you have a purple fetish, just look away now. So I have a full kilogram of purple. Does it look purple? Absolutely. It is purple. It does not look purple in that colour. To my eyes, that blue and this purple are very, very, very different. But yeah, it was just a cheap purple. I have not bought any exotic filaments yet. As I said, a full-size Spider Bro will be about 1.5 kilos. So when I start offering it as a patron reward, that's going to be bare minimum 30 quid, $40, $50 worth of filament. No, I'm not printing ABS in my house. Are you mental? Other things on my to-do list. I've got the enclosure. I need to make sure the printer fits with the anti-vibration bed, and if not, reprint slightly taller enclosure spot, then measure it and get the perspex sent. The perspex like 20 quid or something. So, you know, that's not too bad. I just realised I've been wearing my headphones all day, but I don't really have any sound. I don't have anything happening. It does make the printer a bit quieter. Anyway, I would kind of like a mains hotbed replacement to speed up the heating up, but I'm still printing very hot. I need to start doing some small prints that may fail and bring down the build temperature. Hello, cat. If I'd known you were so naughty, I wouldn't have rescued you. You are a very naughty cat. No, she's not. She's just playful. And look, this still has the comment, now link up the other labs. She's very sweet. I've no reason to print ABS. PLA has so many advantages. I might look at PETG, but PETG is much less readily available. So I do purple PETG filament. I'm looking at coming up to twice the price of PLA. That's the stuff I should have bought. That's a nice colour, that's a nice colour, that's a nice colour. The one I bought, can't see it in it. Think that's the one I bought. Don't look like that. Not at all. So this is PLA plus. So we'll find out. We'll find out together, dear audience. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to be printing ABS. If I was printing stuff for the arcade, I'd be printing stuff in nylon or ABS or PETG, depending on what it was. But yeah, there are some beautiful filaments. I really like the transparent purple stuff. Then you have to choose a nice infill pattern. Rainbow, yeah, shiny stuff. Dora! She just knocked a spider bot foot on the floor. So yeah, if anybody wants to send me some pretty filament to print something. Oh, look at that. Oh man, I might just put them like that. I've got a list. 3D printing bits, there we go. I keep adding stuff to it. I'm keep saying going, oh that's nice. Oh that's nice. I think I have about 500 quid on my 3D printing bits I'd like. But yeah. You can get into very expensive filaments, and I'm not really that's PETG, that's shiny, but that's cheap. Decisions. Yeah, I think that's the one I got, the Sunlu one, but that's PETG. But yeah, anyway, I'm not printing ABS again. If you're not into 3D printing, I apologize. You're now in the wrong channel. If you're not, you need to be either into FortressCraft, cats, cars, or 3D printing. Oh man, there's a lot of code I'm pulling across. Build multi-block machine. Okie dokie. Cars, yes, Brum, brum. Doctor Who. Yeah, so the reason I can wear Doctor Who t-shirts more than you, first of all, I'm British. Secondly, I live 5 miles from Wakefield, which is where Jodie Whittaker is from. Thirdly, the first episode, the Jodie Whittaker one, there's a whole bunch of stuff with cranes. That's just down the road from me. I drive past it a lot because I recognised it. But yesterday, I spent my birthday Christmas present. So I was bought the Doctor Who escape room experience, which was absolutely brilliant. Genuinely great tech. And you know, if you were to sum it up as an episode, it would be the Doctor Who and the quite a lot of puzzles in 2 small rooms experience. So yeah, it was good. And I wore my other Doctor Who t-shirt then. I'm still totes in the mood. So yeah, that's why. That. Oh no. Oh no, those are fine. Oh, there it goes. I think of bearings. I actually have a spare set of bearings. I'm about 90% sure one of the ball bearings is already gone. My first Doctor, probably Tom Baker. Doctor 5, if you prefer it that way. Hello, kitty. Yeah, don't even hear it rattling slightly. Yeah, for some reason it does the purge right in the middle, and I haven't worked out how to purge in the corner. Was it 4? Troughton, Hartnell. I can't remember the order. Oh, yeah, that noise. That's a button thingy. That seems very big. Oh, yeah. Hartnell, Troughton, Pertwee, Baker. But yeah, that's definitely too old for me. But Tom Baker, obviously, the Tom Baker stuff repeated for many years. And now the kitty's looking at my mouse cursor. Oh, you're such a sweetheart. You're very sweet, darling. Now, stop trying to murder my mouse. You can't murder my mouse cursor. Stop looking at it. It's not there. It's not real. You can't kill a mouse cursor. You can't kill a mouse either because it's not even alive. Right. So, what is the cube type? This one is the specific. Let me think. What block is this looking at? This is looking at the built block, I think. Because the thing is, we're dealing with the placement block with any number of values, and then we're dealing with the built block plus the center value plus the edge plus the rotated edge value. Yeah. So this is the built block machine. What was it called? Placement machine. But we've got cube value, and we've also got value, and that worries me slightly. What's in here? Placement value, yeah, and value. Oh, that's... okay. Please stop looking at my mouse cursor. Oh, yeah, I've got loads of glow-in-the-dark filaments. Yeah, the red thing I showed you was glow-in-the-dark. It's just really hard to show you glow-in-the-dark stuff on on camera, it doesn't really work. I've got red glow in the dark, I've got green glow in the dark, and ironically, if you don't care what it is, if you don't care about it glowing, the UV stuff is amazing, but it also doesn't glow when you turn the light off. So yeah, I like glow in the dark stuff. Todd, this is the 5th of the spider bot feet. So I'm printing a spider bot in 40 parts, I think it is. Andy's printing it at 100% size, but because I'm an idiot, I'm printing mine at 225% size. And it was only last night we worked out it's about 1.5 kilos. I don't know, there's in fake money. 1.5 kg in lube. 3.3 pounds. But it will be in lots of little bits. It won't be one massive block, and it's actually hollow. But yeah, I should have thought of that. The plan is, so Andy and I are building our spider bot together. It's probably 60 hours to print the whole thing. But the problem with that is I need to be here. Like, each bit doesn't take too long. Once we do the whole thing and it works, I'll probably set up a bunch of prints. So I can probably print all 8 Spiderbot feet in one go. This will be my 5th foot. So what I've been doing is when I've run out of or nearly run out of filament, I've tested it. So we've got glow in the dark red, we have baby pink, we have glow in the dark, and neon green. So this will be the 5th foot. Fun fact, because the way Andy made them, they actually stack as well. Minutes of fun. Ooh, look at you, your fancy terminology. No, I'm not doing an acetone bath because these are PLA. I don't know for the... I'm planning and I'm hoping to offer this as a Patreon reward. And I'll chat about this with you guys a bit. So the Patreon is really important to the ability to continue working on this game. It genuinely is. I would like to offer, as a Patreon reward, your own 3D printed Spiderbot. I will print it, me personally, in my house. I will ship it to you. The plan is that I would ship you probably 1 bit a month. And your print of your piece will be on stream, so you'll get to watch me print your piece. And realistically, if you could actually let me just send you 12 bits a year, that'd be much easier. And then you get to decide what filament you want me to print it in. Doesn't matter. I just need to make sure that the Patreon tier is high enough so I'm not losing a whole bunch of money printing it. It will probably be done in PLA. It's possible I would do it in PETG. A lot of it depends. Andy and I haven't made a big Spiderbot yet. Once we've made a big Spiderbot, then we'll go, actually, you know what? I'm going to have to drill metal rods or whatever. So that's the goal. It's the hope, is to be able to offer a thing. If 100 people do... Well, it might be that we're talking about, to receive your Spiderbot part requires you to be at $100 a month patron level. Now, if I stream for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 40 hours. That's one Spiderbot entirely, give or take, assuming no fails. So, yeah, if 100 people do it, that means I'm making, what's that, $10,000 a month. I'm happy to do it. Yeah, $10,000 a month. So, yeah, if I'm making $10,000 a month, awesome. If 100 people do it, I would... God, how would I have to do that to fulfill my promise? I'd have to buy multiple printers, multiple webcams, and stream them to people. I'd have to do a Twitch stream that's just like 6 cameras and nothing else. But yeah, if you think that's a good idea, let me know. If you think it's a stupid idea, let me know. At the very least, I'm having my own spider bot, and I don't care. Shark, we can print you a small spider bot. Mostly, it's if I have the filament. The problem with the small spider bot is it's quite a tricky print, just fundamentally the way it is. Because of its shape, so we need to do supports and things. Devtron, new hot ends are not. Wait, you don't mean new hot end? You mean new nozzle, not the hot end. The hot end should be fine. That's just a wire. The nozzles, what are they? $3 ago? I think I can cope with that. It is an ANET A8. It is the cheapest good printer on the market. It's not good, it's the cheapest good one. Yes, Vieira, I could have it sent out to Shapeways or whatever. We would need to make sure that we build one ourselves. We need to make sure it works first. But I think that loses a little bit of the magic. Going, oh, hello, here's your thing. I've just sent off to a company to do it. I'd like to print stuff for you. Devtron, you don't mean the hot end. You mean the nozzle. The hot end is the bit that actually heats up, surely. Unless my terminology is off. The hot end will last forever. The heating element will last forever. The nozzle, not so much. Why would the hot end wear out? You talking about the PTFE tube or the heating element? Or oh god, I've learned so much about 3D printing. Why did I not learn something useful? Okay. Tier 1 multi-block. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've got my terminology wrong. That's a bad picture. Yeah, so when you say hot end, what do you mean? This bit, the heat core, will last forever. But nozzles are cheap. Nozzles are, I could buy a pack of 15 nozzles for $20. They're just so cheap. This bit, as far as I know, it will last forever. This part, the PTFE tube will go, but as far as I know, that's thousands of hours. I think. Oh, I was pointing my mouse. I'll point my finger. But yeah, the nozzle, the nozzle will definitely go. The heat core, I don't think that bit ever wears out. Right. I assume when I replace the hot end, I replace that all at the same time. Oh, yeah. So I need to also replace those bearings. I actually bought some spare bearings. 3D printing is a surprisingly cheap hobby. I think a whole set of new linear bearings was £7 or something. So when this says value, okay, so Yeah, but I'm not replacing it that often. But I mean, that's right. I'm not arguing it doesn't wear out, but your statement of a few kilos of filament seems incredibly pessimistic. I know that if you're printing wood or carbon fiber, absolutely. Some glow-in-the-dark filaments are quite abrasive to the nozzle, but you are still talking about a few kilos of abrasive material. Like, as far as I'm aware, even with a brass nozzle with PLA, you're still talking about tons and tons and tons. Noise is awful. Yeah, see, you say that. I've already done way more than 5 kilos through that, I'm sure. Have I? Have I? How much have I done? Nah, maybe a kilo I've done. Maybe a kilo. But 5 kilos, I mean, you're talking about a... You don't mean the hot end, you mean the nozzle. The nozzle definitely wears out first. Like 5 kilos per hot end seems, again, very pessimistic. Nozzle, okay, yeah, it's fine. But the nozzles are so cheap. So yeah, E3D nozzle. It won't be an actual E3D nozzle. The hard part is I keep finding like different ones that are a variety of sizes. I don't want a variety of sizes. But yeah, we're talking about £6 here for all of those nozzles. Don't get me wrong, I am not expecting them to be good nozzles, but when we are talking, there we go, 20, in fact I'm adding that to my basket right now, 20 stainless steel 0.4mm nozzles, £8. I can replace them. That's what, 60 pence each. But yeah, you can get very, you can get, well, hundreds of pounds. But I don't have any need to do that. But I suspect my hot end should last, hopefully, quite a while. My nozzles, so yeah, whatever. Okay, so onwards. So this is a tier 1. So I need to say that this cube type, this spawns one of those. The value should be that one. So that's the that's the block that gets processed. That's what we process. Right, that might work. Or at least be a bit better.
Yeah, can you not see it, Cryptic? Can you not see the Projector Games logo? You might need to turn your... Actually, can I... Oh, no, wrong way. There, see the Projector Games logo? So, Cryptic, I have no idea. Oops. That's not right. I've got these invisible windows, transform, rotate. So, yeah, I've no idea how or what you print with or what, but this is a mylar infused carbon fiber bed with these little tiny micropores. It's insane. It's sticky when it's hot. When it's warm, I can't pull prints off. When it hits 35 degrees Celsius or below, the prints just fall off the bed. It's bonkers. It's brilliant. And yeah, I'm very impressed with it. Entry.cube value. Okay, set cube value. Again, I don't know what you print, how you print any of that, but like, no, the thing I care about most when printing, by far and away, is if I hit start, I want it to finish. I am much more concerned about that than I am about it being super fast. I want it to finish. It must finish. So this really, really helped. I have had... Now, my bed's very hot now, and I'm going to try turning it down. And when I do a small print later on tonight, I'll turn the bed heat down. I'm at 80 degrees, which is very hot, but that's... I was at 70, sorry, 80 for the first layer, 70 for the rest, which is very hot, but I doubt my bed is above 65 degrees because of the glass, and then the print bite layer brings it down a little bit more, but it's quite hard to get up to 80. I am printing another footful spider bot. This will be my 5th foot. When I have 8 feet, I'm going to start on the legs. Okay. What's wrong with that? Oh, I didn't hit save. That's what's wrong with that. If this comes out alright, I am going to print a tech axe. I started to print a tech axe, but it didn't adhere. And now I've got the new bed. I'm going to try a tech axe. And I'm going to print it in big.
the worst thing is everywhere I move, I'm just being bombarded with the Amazon adverts for stuff. Oh, right. Like, I might want to do my spider bow in this. This is an advert that just popped up there. Sparkling. What a terrible set of pictures, though. Sparkling red. I haven't got a sparkling purple, but that looks awesome. I like that colour. I think it might already be mine, but in case it's not, add to list. If I add to the list again, does it go, look, it's already on the list? Or do you want to? Oh, it was already in there. Okay, cool. Brian, when it's dark, I will get you some pictures of the filament stuff. The glow in that filament. Yeah, so we haven't currently rounded Spider Bro. So it might be that Andy actually generates a tessellated version of Spiderbot that's not polygonal. So he's low poly, just like he is in the game. Now, whether or not that's a look we like or a look we don't like, I don't know. Looking at the prints I've done, it really depends what filament you use. The glow-in-the-dark stuff is awesome at night, but in daytime it looks terrible. So we'll see. But Andy, let's make the whole thing first. But yeah, I will end up with 2 enormous spider bots. One rounded, one not at my guess. But FortressCraft has been my life for 10 years or more. It's I'm happy to that's his cube value. Do I mean cube value? That seems yeah, FortressCraft has been my I don't mean cube value. Joseph, don't forget I'm in Europe. That quite a lot of the American filaments we just don't get. I'm a bit worried that is value, but I think it might actually just mean cube. But yeah, I've tried because let me start from the plan with the 3D printing is primarily to print stuff for the arcade. I did my first functional print last night. I know, hold your applause. I printed a button, and the cool thing is about this is it's not a complex print, but it was there. That's my rather bizarre looking thumb. It doesn't look like that in reality. So I printed a button, an actual honest to God button to replace this button that broke. No, didn't break. Went missing. So I copied the button, printed it out, printed a replacement, popped it in. Looks really good. The important thing is that with this stuff is this is something that we probably can't get. We're currently refurbishing a Super Sprint at the arcade, and in the middle of the machine is a boss, but it's not there anymore. So we've got the Super Deluxe. We've got the Super Deluxe here. This should probably show what I mean quite quickly. Yeah, so you can see here, this one's got no boss at all. This one's got the inner and the outer boss, and that's just got the inner boss. So I will be printing probably the Atari logo in there. Now it's very easy to get the Atari logo done. It's very hard to get the Atari logo in the right size. So it means I can 3D print just the right one. Oh, is that actually the art? I think that's the one we've got. I can't tell. There's different cabs, but yeah, $300. I like to print that. So I did a lot of research, and basically I did so much research. I was totally all, you know what? I want a 3D printer, and then it crossed my mind because I said to Andy, and he goes, "Oh," he said, "I've got a 3D printer. I've never thought about printing anything on it." So I said to Andy, "Well, print Spiderbot then, you noob." And he's like, "Oh yeah." So he printed Spiderbot, and then I'm like, "Oh, that's so cool to have Spiderbot printed." Because, you know, you can't buy a Spiderbot. There is no such thing. There's only the ones that I've printed, ones that Andy's printed, and the failure that Zebra did. So that's awesome that we've got these. And so therefore I've done lots and lots and lots of watching of YouTube videos. So while I've been working, up on my fifth screen up there, I've just been actually I've got no errors. I can hit play so it happens. So up on my fifth screen, I tend to watch YouTube videos or Netflix or whatever while I'm working, when I'm not streaming. And so I've just been watching Maker's Muse and 3D Printing Nerd, and they all go on about Protopasta and Elixir. None of this stuff ships to the UK cheaply. These guys have got patrons in the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a month. They'll happily just buy them whatever cool filament. I don't. I'm hoping to be able to offer printed Spiderbots, printed by me, you lucky people, in I forgot I need to add a new block down. Printed in the filament of your choice. It might just be I get people to print it out. Just buy 2 kilos of filament, possibly 3 kilos. That's a lot of filament. And then I'll print it out for you whilst you watch, which sounds slightly weird when I phrase it like that, but that's the plan. And you'll have your very, very own Spiderbot. Placement now. I've just realised this is actually slightly annoying because I mean, right now, Joseph, pretty much if it ain't on Amazon, I don't buy it. It's too much effort. Usually, it's too much effort just to set up another account on whatever site I need. But I might do at some point. Wait, how is that? Alright, that should be in out, and then there we go, yeah. So I have created a new multi-block assembler, multi-block GAC. It is 45 key. Joseph, where are you? Where are you from? Are you British or American, or what's your where are you at? What I'd like to find is I'd like to find a local shop where I can just buy filament from, and they've just got it all and there's something printed out and go, that's pretty, because the purple I bought is not the purple I wanted, which saddens me a little. It's not the colour I was hoping. Lovely city. Always wanted to visit. Lots of friends in Toronto. Never got to. Okay, so tier 1 MB research token placement. Name. Tier 1 research token crafter. Icon name. Yeah, well. tier 1 research token crafter. Better keep the Discord. Better keep the Trello up to date for Todd. Todd, add icons for what? So I'll add these for Todd. I'm not expecting to happen in a hurry. Just so we do. Otherwise I'll forget and then we'll ship the game and I'll go like, oh yeah. It takes one for research components of each of the tier 1 metals and produces a tier 1 research token. Build in a 3x3x9 layout. Right, so hopefully I should be able to place that, and if I've written all the code, it should just create a non-working machine. I still haven't worked out why I'm getting the wrong sound. I'm still thinking I'm getting the listen. I'm still getting the cave drips. Yes. Let me make a note on that one. Short term. Move cave drips from base. Achievement trophies. Yeah, so that's one thing I want to do. I want in the base on the wall somewhere to have trophies based on achievements. If you've played Dungeon Defenders, you know exactly what I'm stealing. And I really want to say you'll have the it says construct a laboratory, even though that's completely wrong. Right, let's go over here where it's safe. But it's surprising that I mean, a lot of the filament is produced in China, but it's surprising with 3D printing how much of this is an American-centric business. There are some ones in the UK. I just haven't found any. Do you guys know what I mean with the Dungeon Defenders achievement stuff, or are you all like, what? And you have any clue what I'm talking about? Because if not, I will explain, because it's very cool and totally awesome. Not you, Esmia, because you're a no-lifer and like normal people. Again, we're talking about normal people. When I'm talking about normal people, I don't mean you. Normal people. Where is it? Let me find the block. I'll quickly show you. Because if you don't know, it's cool. It's definitely one of the better things about the game. We should have airlock, 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 airlock inner, airlock outer, cloning that. Next one, that one. Hooray! I'm not really expecting this to work, incidentally. I'm hoping, but not expecting. I should be getting... I haven't got any errors, so that's good, but I should be getting messages now about block detection and stuff. No, I'm not. So I'm not... Oh, I'm not going to build that, I'm not, anyway. Oh, good start. Error. Tier 1 research token crafter isn't big enough along this axis. Oh, yeah. That screen is only for me, Andy. Not for normal people. And... Oh. Well. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... Oh, good. I actually just can't count. Sad times. I'm just going to cut a hole in that to make sure I didn't actually... One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, right, we actually got an exception. Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Okay, brief segue. So Dungeon Defenders is a tower defense game that I would thoroughly love to play some more. Great game, really enjoy it. Super horrible issues in mid to late game progression. So you need like level 200 armor to complete the level, and then as a reward you get level 180 armor, which is not how progression is supposed to work. But it does have one thoroughly brilliant little feature. Right, so in Dungeon Defenders, which you can see, good, you get your home, which is this this little tavern, and it's really cool. It's your cool little tavern. But as I wander around my tavern, I notice. Wait, hold on. Esmir, Trendy sued the Ark developers because they stole code and developers from them in violation of their contracts. So here I have trophies for getting achievements. And then, isn't that cool? And then over here, I should just be using a pad. I've been trying to use the mouse, which keeps launching things. Now, I have to say, Esmir, I definitely sit on the side of Dungeon Defenders here, Trendy, because the other guys, they absolutely violated their contracts. No ifs, no buts, they absolutely did. And they did use code from Dungeon Defenders in another project, which you just don't do that. But yeah, so completing certain things on certain characters gives you stuff in your house. So you can actually show off to people, hey, Look, I killed whatever this is. That's Ursula, I think it was. No, that's the underwater lady. And I'd like to have a little bit of that thing in Fortresscraft. So, you know, what level you've reached, stuff you found, and a bit like this. Probably not as what's the word? Clunky as trophies, but I like the idea overall of having the rewards for stuff you've done around your base, whatever those rewards are. Like here's, so they added so many. This is all the new stuff I've not played. All the new stuff's geared up for like 4 and 8 players, unfortunately. So stuff like that. Oh yeah, I love the visuals of this game. This is what makes me happy. Bright, garish colours is exactly what I want. Yeah, they expanded the tavern. Means it takes a lot longer to walk to places now. So not necessarily very smart. So yeah, something like that, stuff on the walls to show off that you've achieved something. No, the Tavern Events mission is exactly the same. Because it's a single staircase and it's just blocked off during that mission. Okay, so let's see what my error was. It was here. Oh. Really? Do I do that differently here? Well, that's an interesting question. Why doesn't this break? So it's breaking because I fit a 3x3x9 object. If that doesn't work, I fit a 9x3x3 object. No, it would just spawn in the place. Esme is 100% correct. Most people can't be bothered to place them. It's much easier for me just to turn on an object than it is to allow the players to pick up an object and collide with it and move it around and all those sort of things. No, I didn't have that selected. What am I supposed to click? Right, there we go, fit. It would be stuff inside the hub. There's plenty of room inside the hub. I can see here. Like, you know, there's plenty of room along this wall, that wall, in here. This could be manufacturing challenges. This could be suit challenges. This could be research challenges. I don't know. This is just the fundamental plans. Whether or not they actually change things is a different question. What's supposed to be? Oh, the dark room is your research area. So you don't get access to that yet because I've not progressed that far in the game. I don't know. Not that I think that you guys should have been paying attention, but you should have been paying attention. Yeah, Steam VR Home's weird, isn't it? Because they have the idea of somewhere where you can be where you're not playing games. So yeah, this already exists. In here is the suit upgrading area. With the suit upgrade system will be there. This is the research and power area. So there's your free power. Not much, but it's free. There's your research bay. In here is the med bay, which is not a good med bay, but it's a med bay, and that is the refinery because you've got a little smeltery thing going on there. And in here is your crafting area with the new crafting plants. These are quite funky, so I can see that one's full, that one's full, that's out of power, that's out of power, that's full. And in the dark room, there isn't anything. I'm curious what the lighting's setting on that one. So this will be where you control research somehow. How a lot of this is going to work, I don't know yet. Today's plan was to do a thing, and it's totally not gone according to plan. Why does that look different? Now that first one's just obviously... But right now I haven't even like programmed like the performance of this, so it's all gonna be there. But that was mostly for Valin. So the hub is an actual building you walk around in now. Yes. Well, but unless you meant Dungeon Defenders, in which case it kind of always was. As you can see, our Spiderbot foot so far, touch wood, so far so good. I don't see how this ever worked. So this code is the bottler code. This code is the multi-block placement code. This calculates the... It sets the... Shack. It's not a fast printer, Joseph. It's just if you don't pay attention to it, it does stuff when you're not watching. So we either set it to be 339 or 933. 339, 933. We then set up some other variables. Those two things are both the same. Fine. We then do some sanity checking. We then get extents and do some code. We then... Oh no, we actually do it here. We actually... I'm not sure that should be global. No, global is the... Yeah, that... How did that not work? There's a static variable. It's not re-entrance safe. That should be noted. Let's... Let's check. I don't think this is the case, but we'll check anyway. I'm printing at 60 millimeters per second maximum. This is a 11 gram, 5% infill print. dang it, we returned a whole bunch of places. I hate doing try finally, but the interesting thing about try finally is it kind of feels naughty, but there's no performance hit to it at all. It just feels like I'm hacking the code, but I return false in a whole bunch of places. But it's essentially, no matter what happens, I always want to know that. No matter where I return in all circumstances, it's fun. This print has been going for... Actually, I don't know. It says printing time. It reckons it will take 1 hour 23. The estimate was 1 hour 9. Now the new estimate's 1 hour 23. But that's going down very quickly. Well, you can look it up, Jesse. I mean, what is your printer? Holy shit! So, does anyone in this channel not have a 3D printer? Does FortressCraft absolutely massively appeal to 3D printing nerds, and no one's ever told me? Because Andy went, "Oh, I've got one. Zebra's got one. CrypticK's got one. You've got one. Devtron's got one. I think Esmia's got one." I just feel left out. I feel like I thought I was the cool kid. Yeah, gonna 3D print me some shit, yo. And now it's like, oh right, a bit late to the party. Ugh. Like Cryptic, I can as well. I'm not surprised. It's this has been the case. I'm just bemused. I just like having a little machine that makes whatever I want. Anything I want, as long as it's less than 7 inches cubed, I can have. No, Esmia, it does not help that you're the only one on your server. Oh, yes, perhaps it is correlation, not causation. Didn't think of that. Probably not there. Next, we recalculate the shape there. That sets X, Y, and Z. Do I have... unrelated, and please no spoilers. Is anybody else watching Picard, by the way? Did anyone... I watched the first episode last night, and it was very good. Like, I really liked it. Apart from Brent Spiner couldn't really be bothered to lose enough weight to look like Data anymore. But overall, I thought it was good, and I have some hopes for it. So we should have said detecting a test span of... So we're detecting a test span of 9 by 3 by 3. confused. We detected a test span of 9 by 3 by 3, then said we're not big enough, and then probably did it anyway. Discovery's had a season 2, I assume season 3 is coming. Yeah, there is the 3rd season. Discovery. Oh wait, oh, did it air? I can't tell. This seems very confusing. It seems very vague about whether or not. Oh right, yeah, it will premiere in 2020. Star Trek. So if you've not watched Star Trek Discovery, it's fascinating. The first half of season 1 is painful to watch, genuinely awful, and just, oh my god, just kill me now, kill me now. The second half of season 1 after the break is absolutely fantastic, and it's weird that it's so different. I think there was a writer's strike, there was some internal hoo-ha, and loads of people quit or got fired, but it genuinely did really well. Joseph, 180 millimeters per second. So your one will do 3 times the speed of my one. The recommended printing speed, however, is oh no, yeah, for the non-pro. Yeah, the pro one should be yeah, up to 180. It's pretty good. However, people recommend you run it at 100 millimeters max, 80 millimeter for things quick, 60 generally, and 30 for nice things. Wow, someone's printing in polycarbonate with a 150-degree bed. Good grief. I have not seen The Witcher, but I haven't played The Witcher, so I'm not very excited. Apparently it's good. And crap. And depends who you talk to. Check for completed machine. 591. Wait, what? Here? Let's go back to that. Is it good even if I'm not a fan of the books? Is it good if I've never played the game? What the hell? I don't have anything against the Witcher game. It's partly not really my sort of game, and mostly I don't have time to play it. Ah, error. This call is not re-entrance safe. Did I actually get that check correct? If it's not null, that means we set the placement machine and not reset it. Really? That seems very unlikely. Because we call check for completed machine. Wait, no, we don't offer that. Well, the thing is me, I like games like that. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed Skyrim. When did I play Skyrim? When was it? I was down in Southampton with 2004, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, something like that. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had lots of good time. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Great. I'd like to play it again. I don't really have the time. That's the issue. But I have heard excellent things about the Witcher 3 game overall. Almost to the point where, almost definitely, I would be disappointed. So that's a call from do building, build or delete. Let me just check that there is, we've got a try and a finally. I will try and show you more bits, but every time I move the cat moves too. That's Dora. She's not broken. She chooses to sleep like this on purpose. Seafy on the other hand, more of a classical cat shape. Elegant curves. Ergonomic space. Dora, look at me, I've broken my own spine. Cute little munchkin she is though. I have to say I'm a bit happy with this purple now I've printed it. Doesn't really look in the video like it does in reality. Let me make it a bit brighter. That's actually quite a nice purple. That's literally the opposite of 3D printing. More bits. Subtractive manufacturing is exactly the opposite of additive manufacturing. Genuinely, by the way, Dora has managed to do 180 degrees along 2 axes with her body. I know it didn't really show up on the camera, but her head is in the same, her nose is facing in the same direction as her stomach, but her ears are pointing towards her arse. So she's twisted 180 degrees along 2 axes, and she's there going, boom. I'm trying to take a photo because that might show it a bit better. I'll pop it on the Discords. There you go. Feel free to chat luck on Discord for a picture of a broken cat. But, you know, self-broken, so that's fine. So check the complete machine 476. Let me pop a breakpoint there. I make sure that we are not doing something really stupid, which is possible. I told me if you did that as a human, and I'm assuming you're human, you would be dead. Human spines are quite so flexible.
So currently no errors and no breakpoints hit. So we haven't built something. Right, so if I build it here, blunk. Oh, if I build... That's fine, we're clearing it down. Oh, well and good. We do 2 check. Oh, but we printed the... What, we printed the message? Huh? If press machine is not null... Ah. Huh? And that will now null it. So it's now null. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's not. How is it not null? How is that a non-nullable... Well, let me print it. It doesn't need to be that one. Maybe that is non-nullable? It's a static class. It should be nullable. Oh, I'll do this one then. Whatever. I just wanted to do a re-entrancy check. I return for entering the try. It doesn't matter. It's no what. It called anyway. No, it just appears to be non-nullable. Like that's a non-nullable class for reasons I can't be bothered to work out. I'll check the boolean, the int instead. The only time we return before hitting the try is when there's already an error. We'll just see if I get the same message. Right. No is the answer. We do not. Right, so hopefully, probably not knowing my luck, hopefully... Oh! Okay, kind of. I got the re-entrancy error. I can't quite tell what's going on there because obviously it's all black. It dug something up. Interesting. However, I started to get the error, the re-entrant error. So it's so we detect a test ban of 933. Let me just pop a... I could have so many things wrong. I just need to sort of get the machine appearing. And then... go. Okay, well, while I'm waiting for that one, let me grab the next 3 prints. Now, if you've been around a while,
This may excite you. If you've not been around, like, you know, Fortresscraft, if you've not been around, you'd be like, what's that? Unless you're particularly on the ball. Oh, how big are we going to go? 1500%? Oh. Shall I just see how big my bed can do? Let's go to 2000%. Oh, that's getting... Wait, how long is that going to take before I go? Yes! Let's have a look. Slicing. 4 hours. That's 4% of my roll. This had better go, Andy. My worry, yeah, it's weird. So 44 grams is 4% of my roll of filament, and that is a massive 44 grams, which is 14 meters. Filament's so cheap. If this prints, this is going to be the most glorious thing ever. If it doesn't, I'm not sure how long I'll be streaming for. So I promise to post pictures on Discord if it does. I mean, if it doesn't print, I'll post pictures on Discord anyway. Do I need to clean my bed for every print? Probably not. Does it hurt? Probably not. I now have 5 spider bot feet though. This one's quite pretty. I quite like the purple. It's failed a little bit on some of the what are the things called? Rivets. One of the rivets is a bit saggy. Again, for patrons, I would print at a higher quality. I would also print all 8 feet in one go at a higher quality, rather than 1 foot at a time at low quality. Right. Amazing. I kind of need to wipe this entity. That's why I used to have an old test world. It was just full of invisible machines. Just out of curiosity, again, this also applies if you're watching the video back on YouTube. Do you guys know what the Tech Axe is? It's not really something we pushed very hard on FortressCraft Evolved, but it's something we did quite hard on the Xbox version. So I'm not sure it has quite the same level of that the Xbox One did. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. I'm so close. It kind of worked. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so then the same along on the next height up. Okay. And now I will start to actually track the log a bit more. What are you looking at, Cat? Not big enough. Not big enough, this is what I would expect.
I think it's re-entrant. I'm getting the messages. Isn't big enough. Fine. Starting detection isn't big enough. Leaving detection. Leaving detection. Oh no, we are we? Oh my goodness. Wait, no we're not. Yes we are. It makes voxel build a re-entrant call. Right, so Mad Vandal and I tried something, and Q build order possibly okay. Build to me probably doesn't need to. Yeah, FCP untested. No, it doesn't. It's re-entrant. Probably. I love this, by the way. This comment is from about 5 years ago. This might not be in the right place, but for first pass detection code, this will probably work okay. Yeah, 5 years ago I wrote that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that and then see if that fixes my error. Wasn't expecting that. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, re-entrant is where you call the same function twice on different threads, which is at the same time, which is fine as long as they're not acting on the same data, which in this case, they are. Which is, it won't work, it will never work. So that's what's happening here, is I have re-entrant call into this. Kinda. I mean, no, but also kinda. We're getting there. The problem I have is I had this before. This invisible entity will probably remain an invisible entity for all time. So what happens is my world will be end up full of invisible entities that I can't, well, I can't save. I can't get rid of. Oh, it's starting up again. I wonder what would happen if, you know, whilst I was monitoring it, if I just opened up my printer for anybody to print anything they wanted. I wonder how many tits we'd get printed. That'd be quite funny. Not the fact it'd be tits, it'd be quite funny to see what people shoved out to it. You can do it. There's plenty of ways of basically making your printer on the internet, so quote unquote anyone can print.
Okay, so nearly there. This is a bit where I need to pay attention. Oh, that's off the end of the bed. That's too big. Where's my mouse cursor? Let me just try and show you that. Never actually tried going this close to the edge of the bed before. Only by a little bit though. Dora, I have a very long bit of string for you. Oh, she's gone. Fine. Traitorous cat. I'll scale it down a bit. Possibly I can keep it at the same scale and let's have a look. Actually, hold on. Let me I have a question of Cura. That's exactly what it did. Why does it think it's acceptable to go off into the bit you're not supposed to use? That doesn't make any sense. Esmea, if you've got a 3D printer and that's your thing, there's a very good tits in a box print. I'm going to go down to 1,850%. But yeah, that's blatantly off the ends of the safe area. You can't just print there anyway. I'm amazed that must be an actual bug in Cura. Like that's the edge of my build, but it's the light stuff, and the dark stuff is the... Yeah, probably shouldn't. Because obviously I've got issues with... I've got those little paper clips. I'd like to find a solution for keeping my glass bed on that doesn't involve bulldog clips. I'm currently unaware of one though. Everybody seems to use bulldog clips, which does seem a particularly clunky solution. Right, times okay. I'm not probably not be going much longer. So what should happen there is we should then queue up the build orders to convert all of this block into the actual machine. Build it, flip it on, kick it. Should say structure complete. And then potentially the problem is I do not do this. We configure it from the value, and then we would need to spawn this stuff. So we call configure for value. That's not right. Value. Machines, but I don't think that's... Surely it should be cube. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, try get value machines. Oh god, the word value has stopped becoming a real word now. See, that's entry.cube value, which is the train entry.value. I'm a bit concerned about that, but sometimes what I do with a lot of these machines, they're all the same block, just for different values. It's a way of subdividing down the same thing, but different. But that's called cube value, just to make things really confusing. As I said, is it the cube or is it the value? Calling it cube value is naughty and stupid. Because we have placement blocks, which are 600. Then we have placement values, which is a number between 45 and 45 plus however many I make. And then we have the placement value block, which is 1200 for when it's built, which is that one. And that, deep breath, that then has three values, 0, 1 or 2, depending on whether or not it's null or not. But I think it's just, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm missing a function. Wait, what? Request low frequency updates is a... okay. Okay, I'm not hearing any noises this time, so maybe it is actually starting. Let's go have a look. So the calibration is still definitely off. It's much closer to one end of the bed than the other, but it's not off the end. And it didn't hit anything, so I'll let you know in about 6 hours. Let's get my cable chain. I need to replace the end of the cable chain. I suspect you can't see it on the stream. And I forgot my video was quite so enormous. I'm well aware the cable chain and it snapped. It was my own fault. I was a pillock. I did it wrong. It snapped. But assuming it doesn't peel. Oh, it's going to start colouring it in now. This is my favourite where it goes. Oh. Oh, it's doing the... Oh, that... Dora, get out of the box. I will replace that bearing. Yeah, so these bits of code are definitely going to argue. So we have configure from value. That looks up which... Oh, look up which GAC we are. However, that's based on value. This needs to be predicated off of the cube, not the value. I suspect this is going to melt my brain a little bit. Right, I think I'm going to have to go in and think. I will continue to keep you posted on the print. I will also try and stream again on Friday because I know that you guys want to see progress on this. I definitely want to see progress on this. Just as ever, my reminders. If you're not a patron and you can afford to be one, it is enormously helpful. Please do. Thank you. I love you. If you have bought Nomancer, please write a review. We are still We don't have a review rating. You'll say we'll have one now. It'll be Dora. Neuromancer. We are still need a review rating. If you can, please. Nearly everyone likes it. This guy is an idiot. Brilliant. It's not a twin stick shooter because you have to press the A button. Try using the other stick. We really could do with a review score. We have 2 negative reviews, neither of which are sensible or real. Pretty please. Can you? Esmia, it sounds like one of the ball bearings inside the linear bearing is resonating. I have a set of replacement bearings because I was told they might go, and they are as cheap as chips. So thank you for watching, guys. And remember, if you do watch these videos back, let me know. I don't know if anybody watches them. I don't know if I'm wasting my time worrying about people watching the video back. So please let me know. Oh. Please don't tell me it's peeling up. Let me check. Might be a little bit. Right, not sure. There's no good place to put the camera. It might be peeling up a little bit. Hopefully it's okay. We'll see. Basically the first 2 or 3 layers stick, you're okay. It's quite a big piece, so it should flatten itself. Right, I am off to get food, and I will be programming late into the evening. If you would like updates on where the 3D printer has got to, let me know and I will get them to you. Other than that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your feedback, and I will see you hopefully on Friday for the next FortressCraft Friday. Take care, guys. Thanks for watching.